the Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited. All right. All praises be to the Most High. Let's get it in. Shalom, come on in, brothers and sisters. Come on in. Do we have a broadcast for you? One moment. Come on in. Oh yeah. Do we have a broadcast for you this evening? That's right. You see the title? Was there deception against God's people at the border? That's the topic of discussion. Hit the like button. Jump right in. Let's go.
Don't wake me up. Mixed dream and a dream don't touch. I've been taken up. Being shown in a vision, curiosity got me stuck. Yeah, 7 hands, 10 horns on the waters, raising up. I see crowds, flaming floors. Is it war at the door? I've been searching for it. I can't get it out of my head. I see the stars are falling down. There's terrors upon my bed. The chase goes on and on. I'm not giving it up. 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 I'm at the point understanding dreams are the real time. Please nobody wake me up. I try moving on, but my body is stuck. My conscience is raised, an angel pick me up. Awaken from this matrix. Looking down on the globe, blood dripping from his robe. I know he can fix this. I see you burning Rome, and our people coming home. Can I please get a witness? I'm not coming down till I get this. These predictions can't be superstition. The decision being shown in the vision is just empty. Yeah, I can't get it out of my head. I see the stars are falling down. There's terrors upon my bed. The chase goes on and on. I'm not giving it up. I'm not giving it up. Ooh, I'm not giving it up. I'm not giving it up. I'm not giving it up. No, I'm not giving it up. I'm not giving it up. I'm not giving it up. I can't stop these visions haunting me. It's not a dream. It's something line between our dreams and reality. Called prophecy.
Come on, hit the like button.
Oh Lord, I've been searching for it. I can't get it out of my head. I see the
That's right. That's right. We're not giving it up. That's right. The visions, the prophecies, what was shown to us by the Almighty, all is being revealed. And guess what, brothers and sisters? We are examining everything from an heavenly lens. Brothers and sisters, do not get caught up. Do not get caught up in the media and the information that's being filtered to confuse the masses. We are under a prophetic time that the Bible calls Jacob's trouble. And if anyone is seeing any other narrative outside of that, you can easily be dissuaded or confused. For those who don't know what Jacob trouble means, there's two prophetic children that came from the chosen promised seed of Isaac. Jacob, who is our father, came from Isaac. We're the chosen people. We're the chosen people of God according to prophecy. And for years, we've been under a prophetic servitude for disobeying God's law. And that servitude is to our brother Esau, Edom. Today, we're going into it today. If anyone is looking at any other narrative outside of what I've just explained, you're going to believe the media and be totally confused. I have elders on standby. I got Elder Loy on standby. I know Elder Gabar is on standby, as well as Elder Fresnel, who's from Haiti. He was a brother that have been with this truth, been with this church since the beginning, traveled all around the world with us. I blessed his first children. And guess what, brothers and sisters? He's going to come on and give us some insight in the midst of this particular broadcast this evening. Make sure you hit the like button, because if anybody want to know what's really going on with Haiti, I touched on it in the academy. But we're going to talk about Haiti tonight. Now, the world, or the enemy, Esau, have named him Haiti or Haitian. But the God of the Bible named him a chosen priest under what? The sons of Levi. The Haitians are the Levites according to the Bible, the original priesthood of the Almighty, the same bloodline as Moses and Aaron. The same bloodline, but you have to look at the 12 lost tribes found to actually go into that, where it's laid out clearly who they are based on the priesthood they're still dealing with, but they turned that priesthood into dark magic called voodoo. Once they fell, they continued to connect, but on the dark side. But guess what, brothers and sisters? Just like all of Israel, if Levi repent and come back to the Almighty, he will be used as a reckoning force for judgment on this earth against God's enemies. And hence the reason why I'm going into this broadcast today. Hence the reason I'm going into this broadcast today. Now, before I go into this, the topic of our discussion was there deception against God's people at the border. I'm going to jump right in with the guests. I'm going to bring in Elder Lawyer and the others in a minute. But we're going to give you the real story behind why the Haitian border story happened. Okay, we're going to give you the real backdrop behind that. I touched on it in the academy, and I said I usually touch on things during a news segment there, so a lot of you have to get in. October 31st is the next academy. I really urge you all to get a part of that, because a lot of news that we can discuss, openly, without censorship, is usually on platforms like that. Okay, but I said I was going to touch on it in detail after going into it with our academy members. I'm going to talk about it. We made this a complete topic today on Levi or the Haitians. The real backstory behind what's going on in Haiti. Now, if you're from Haiti, if you're part of our family, because you know we're Judah, call on in 515-605-9327. And I need you all to give me the insight of what the Haitians are saying and what's really going on. If you have family members that are over there or were on the border, tonight is your night to call in and give us some insight outside of what the media is claiming. Outside of what the media's claiming. Now, you notice all of a sudden, the Haitians on the border magically disappeared. Out of nowhere, magically disappeared. They was exported. And with all the hoopla and the media circulations covering it, I'm trying to figure out where's all the vitriol and for those who were really, 10 toes down for the Haitians. You would have thought after being extradited or exported that the people who was concerned would have actually rose up. Okay? Would have done something. But just like anything, if the media don't make it a story, it's not a concern of us for real or for us for real. And that's just the truth. As long as the media was covering it, we were like, yeah, man, what they doing with the Haitian there? Yeah, man, they're looking, it's our color of our skin. Being triggered again, not realizing that it was a political ploy. That means much oppression against the children of Israel, not only just within the earth, in Haiti, here in America, and especially in Africa. There's many shots over the barrels that people are not even seeing. As a matter of fact, it's not even over the barrel. It's a full invasion without people even understanding. So it's upon us to give you the scriptures concerning what's really going on. Because why? If the media says something, that's when everyone is up in arms. To show you that the majority of people are triggered and are controlled through media circulations. We may claim that we're down with the Most High, we're down with God, we believe in the Bible and all that. But as soon as the media, it could be a story out of nowhere, folks. The media give you a story and they can get more reaction out of God's people than the Most High can, bringing forth prophecy. The Most High is bringing forth prophecy every day and there's no one responding. The media, being controlled through Lucifer, who worships Satan, they can bring forth a story through the principalities and powers of the airwaves, and all of a sudden, all of our people react. And our God is looking down on earth saying, well, hold up, what's up with this? What's wrong with this picture? Satan on earth can engineer a story and his people react. He can bring forth, our God is bringing forth prophecies every day, and none of us are actually responding to any of it. That's why when it comes to all these stories out there, what they're trying to make us do, what they're trying to make us think, I'm not dealing with none of that crap. I'm examining everything like from the first day I received this truth. Because I know the trickery of Satan. I know his works. I know he's a deceiver. And I know the children of Satan, Esau, the Edomites, the Romans. I know that they are deceivers and everything that they do. I'm speaking from the pinnacle. I'm not talking about all of them because a lot of nations are getting caught up in the wake of this as collateral damage. But I'm talking about at the height of this, folks, they've always deceived us. And I'm going to go into that today. I'm going to go into that today. Let's start here. Yeah. What do we see here? What do we see here? Everybody in their mother. Now, people, see, when I see pictures, brothers and sisters, just like I did during all of the events they've done since YouTube, since the internet began, I always look at how strategically placed a camera is for any photos being shown through media. I'm trying to help you all here, because someone who's emotionally triggered without a mindset of what's really going on prophetically would see this same picture and say, this is racist. Look at these white men whipping poor little Negroes. Oh my goodness. Haiti can't get no break. That's what they expect you to think. But I'm the type of guy who will look at a picture and say, who's taking the picture? The Haitians in the water? And how is the Haitians in the water who's crossing over? How did they center the camera so perfect for this horrendous act that's being captured in real time while people running, horses are running, but yet we have a still shot perfectly centered? Perfectly centered. So when I seen the picture and I seen every quote unquote who they think a Negro reacting to this, I said, guess what, folks? I smell blood. And when I say I smell blood, I'm speaking of blood. That's right. Edom. Edom. I smell red. I smell blood. The same thing when I told everyone at the academy, when I said, listen. When it came to R. Kelly, I smell blood. I smell red. You know what they do? Every time they're ready to bury a black man, they pull out a white woman by the name of All Red. All red, according to Genesis 36 and Genesis 26, Esau was red all over like a hairy garment. So every time they come against a black man, Jacob, they get the attorney by the name of All Red to tell you that Jacob is being ostracized and attacked by his brother Esau without the world recognizing. Because that's the first guy I ever seen racketeering, RICO law, but only one person get jail. I said they setting the president. Jacob is under attack. If there was some real criminal things going on with R. Kelly, they would have been able to actually try him in a regular court under the Constitution and actually deal with him that way. But no, he's racketeering. He's a one-man mafia. But I digress. Because eventually, hey, we have to pray for the brother, but we all know how it ends. Okay? All Red. When I seen them come out with that woman called All Red, I said, guess what? They pulled her out on Cosby. When they pull her out, folks, understand you have to always look at the devil in red. Look up All Red. Every time they coming against a brother, they bring her out. It's a signal. It's a sign. Yet I digress. When I seen this image, brothers and sisters, I was triggered at first. And I was like, well, hold up. Let me look at this image. And I said, well, who's taking the picture? Who's taking the picture? Is it the Haitians in the water? Because obviously they crossing over. There must be a Haitian with a high generation camera perfectly centered for this photo opportunity. Why did they lay this out as a story in the midst of a lot of stories going on in America? Are they trying to confuse us? What is happening? Are they trying to have us look this way while attacking us that way? Hold up. Is they going to use this for racial divide amongst the tribes in America? I said, will this be used for racial division? And then it all made sense. It all made sense. What made sense? Because what you see, brothers and sisters, is an image of immigrants, Haitians, black people, who've just suffered a catastrophic earthquake in their country being denied refuge. That's what you're seeing. But let me tell you what I'm seeing real quick. Let me show you what I'm seeing. I'm seeing in Ecclesiastes in your Bible, the King James Version, I see Ecclesiastes 10 and 7. Ecclesiastes 10 and 7 reads, brothers and sisters, I have seen servants upon horses and princes walking as servants upon the earth. That's what I see when I see that image. You have to realize how Satan, being the master wizard, along with his peons that are operating in the media, how they operate on every level. For those who can see the picture for what it is. This is an image for those of us who are in the truth and who can see what this means biblically. It means nothing about, they could care less about Haiti. Even how those earthquakes happen and all those things. And we know the technology that's out there. Folks, if you think they ever cared about Haiti, you got another thing coming. They're just trying to see how we're reacting to the attacks on the Levites. And whether we're going to have infighting one amongst another, because that what I see when I see this image is Ecclesiastes 10 and 7. I have seen servants upon horses and princes walking as servants upon the earth. That's what I see. I see Esau standing high on horses while God's people are low, which is against our prophetic nature. And what they're showing here, for those who can see, is that they tend to keep it that way. Read your Bible and see things for what it really is. Now, I'm about to go in to let you all know what's really going on or what happened at the border. Now, before I go on, let me bring on Elder Lawyer. Elder Lawyer's in the house.
Yes, Shalom family.
Shalom, Elder Lawyer. As you can see, I'm going into was there deception against God's people at the border?
Right.
Now, give me your insight, because I actually went on, and I'm going to show it to the brothers and sisters in a second. Right? I went on judiciary.house.gov, Elder Lawyer.
Right.
Right? Because I wanted to see what they was voting on in the House. The same time that they had everyone reporting on the Haitians. Right? Because usually when they're trying to pass something or they're voting on something that America should be looking at, because any laws they pass in the House and Senate is going to affect us. Usually they pull out a distraction that actually operate for them against us on 3 to 4 levels. So I went to Elder Lawyer, the House Committee Judiciary, and see what was going on the 23rd of this month and say, well, what's really going on? What are they voting on? And I'm going to divulge that today. I talked about it in the academy, so I'm not going to let the cat out of the bag, Elder Lawyer, until I show it. But boy, but you know what trips me out, Lawyer? That they're tricks with emotionally triggering our people. I'm perplexed to the degree that it works every time. Yeah. And just to mention on the photo op aspect of things, I know, again, we discussed this in the academy, but just dealing with the photo ops, we see this time and time again, whether it is a situation that is in which they're trying to get our emotions bottled up and get our deepest sentiments towards any particular agenda.
We've seen it when there has been reported shootings and things of that nature. You see certain photo ops and certain images being portrayed, and you ask yourself, who was there standing in the midst of a shooting, a live active shooting, getting these perfectly positioned images? You know, we saw it with, you know, the whole campaign of Black Lives Matter. We see certain imagery being put before us, certain videos, certain pictures being put before us for the sake of getting our emotions involved in a situation that usually ends up on the other end. Like the emotions are used to get either legislation passed or to get our sentiments behind a new bill, to get us behind a new agenda. And at the end of it, we look back and we ask ourselves, you know, what did we actually gain from the agenda? What did we get from the legislation? Did it benefit us, or was it for our detriment? And it usually has been historically to our detriment.
Man, it's right on. It's like, I mean, do they have our people under some level of hypnosis? And I guess what? And some people think, Elder Lawyer, that I don't have any level of empathy or feeling about certain situations. And that's not the case at all. I know what it is. If we get emotionally invested in the lies Esau continue to purport or to perpetrate on society, if you believe any of it, you're going to fall for all of it.
Absolutely.
Elder Lawyer, and this is what I know according to the Bible, right? Elder Lawyer, I need you to get Psalms 55 and 20 for me. Psalms 55 and 20, if you may. And I'm going to flash it up on the screen as you read it.
Yes, sir.
Read that for me. This is why I don't trust anything that comes out of the dumb box. I don't listen to anything that Don Lemon is dealing with. I'm dealing with nothing what the liberals are dealing with. I'm not dealing with none of that stuff. What the conservatives are dealing with, I'm checking out prophecy according to the Most High. Okay? Because the only people that can speak for me are those who believe in the same God I believe and stands with the same morals that are aligned with the Bible. Okay? We have to get out of this thing listening to people because they're black or because they look like us, not realizing where their morals or their lack of morals thereof lies. So we got these people, they think they can put these proxies up who looks like us, who have their own agendas. Nah, we're not going to make it as a people unless we have one agenda. And that one agenda was established from the beginning when the Most High saved us out of Egypt and gave us the law, statutes, and commandments written of in that Bible. Until that agenda, there's no people out there that can politically be put in place that can represent us. None of them. They're no different than taskmasters that we read about in the Bible during the time of Egypt. Anytime they put somebody up in front of you as some type of political, a political voice for us, understand that they've been handpicked by Esau, by All Red. This is why I don't trust anything they say. Read this for me, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Psalms 55, verse number 20. He hath put forth his hand against such as be at peace with him. He hath broken his covenant. The words of his mouth were smoother than butter, but war was in his heart.
He hath put forth his hands against such with such as be at peace with him. And if y'all don't think we in war right now, you got another thing coming, but it's a soft war. And I'm going to show you how cold this war is. If we were to see bloodshed based on all the numbers of our people who are dying every day, we would have all been back to back for self-preservation, ready to defend ourselves in a posture of survival. But Esau is the cunning hunter. What better way to do it than to have society not trust each other and then pick off your people one at a time and just give it a fluff story with violins behind it, with pianos playing at the same time. Like, who can think of a war like this where they can pick off as many people as they would like without any opposition. Man, could you imagine if the Romans had this technology to do war in the past? There would be no bloodshed. But it says, he have put forth his hands against such as be at peace with him. Read.
He have broken his covenant.
He have broken every agreement he have ever made with any country, with any people. It's speaking of Rome, the conquerors, the colonizers. Read.
Verse 21, the words of his mouth were smoother than butter.
That's why the Most High is telling us in the Bible, when they speak on the media, don't trust anything they're saying. Confusion is a tactic of war also. It's a tactic. Because confusion have one stand still. That's what confusion does. But guess what? The wizard behind the curtain isn't confused. This is why I don't deal with nothing that I'm hearing out there. I'm weighing everything through the prophecies of God and through this word. And guess what? This is how this ministry began. And we'll continue to trust on the same God, Ahia, who've given us the understanding on what to do during time of crisis or major deception. Fresnel is going to come in a moment. Read on.
Yes, sir. The words of his mouth were smoother than butter, but war was in his heart.
But war is in his heart. So they can use the media to try to use soft words, politically correct, nice tie, claiming their concern, and then try to get a black proxy to actually do what? Carry their water. But if you see a black proxy on television telling you what to do, understand that he's being used. She's being used to make you believe that what they're saying is according to their own sentiments. But no, their words are financially driven. Okay? They're only going to speak, even if their sentiments are in line because they are confused with massa. You still shouldn't listen to them because a lie is a lie, intentional or unintentional. Their words were smoother than butter, but war was in his heart, and his words were, read it, softer than oil.
Yes, sir. His words were softer than oil, yet were they drawn swords.
Yet were they drawn swords. Today's swords have been shrunk down. I'm going to let you read between the lines. Let's read the 22nd verse.
Verse 22. Cast thy burden upon the Lord.
So we can't trust in him. So the Most High says in Psalms that we are to cast our burden upon the Most High. How many times you going to be triggered to go to the same enemy who have broken every covenant and lied at every turn for justice? Oh, the Haitians, what they doing? Oh, Trump, oh, Biden. When are we going to cast our burdens on the Most High? You go to this guy as if he's going to fix it for you. And at the same time, our people are being put down every day. Numbers are shrinking and shrinking and shrinking, and you can't see that it's a war. The Bible says, cast your burdens upon the Most High. Let's examine things through God's eye, through his spirit, be protected under his hedge. Read.
And he shall sustain thee.
And he shall what?
And he shall sustain thee.
And he shall sustain thee. Read.
He shall never suffer the righteous to be moved.
He will never suffer the righteous to be moved. See? He will never suffer the righteous to be moved. And what we have to understand that these things, we have to understand when something is politically being driven. That's going to lead to our demise. Our demise. What really happened? Was there deception against God's people at the border? Anyway, Elder Lawyer, are you there?
Yes, sir.
So it seems as if something is going on where a lot of essential workers are going to be needed So obviously they foresee a lot of employment vacancies in which they have to pass a bill. They would have to pass a bill that would allow these people. Now, as she began to speak, she's talking about fast tracking beyond the green card process to make these immigrants that look like her and others immediate citizens in an emergency. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So I need people to hear what she's about to say here, folks. Because if you fast track them as citizens, now they'll have the rights to actually step into jobs. What jobs? How many people who have worked since the cotton fields, children of slaves who have helped build this country, how many of us now are living under a level of fragility, not realizing based on a decision or not, whether or not there'll be employment in the future for us? So for us, for our people who's already here, our jobs are on the line. Well, we don't even know whether or not, based on decisions, whether or not we'll have a job. But at the same time, you're talking about what? How many millions of people that's represented under her and others will be fast tracked as citizens for job vacancies, folks? They did this the same time as when the Haitians were on the border. And as soon as they was finished all this, they just exported the Haitians because they were just used as a prop for something political. They needed sentiments to pass certain bills that would do certain things to the labor laws in the United States. It's right there. If you don't believe me, go to judiciary.house.gov. Go there yourself. Hold on. Let me bring in Elder Fresnel. All right.
Yes, sir.
Let me bring in. Here it is. Our people were tricked again. First it was George Floyd. Then they got with that Dylan Ruth garbage. Always before that Dylan Ruth. Every year there's a gratuitous story about a black man being pulled over or shot by a policeman. And all this other crap they be pushing. And they trigger us every time. And at the same time, what's going on? What's going on? We got brothers, our people, being convicted of RICO laws and racketeering as a single person. Now you might think, well, hold up, that's not a George Floyd. Folks, that's deeper than George Floyd. Because they put something on the books that can now incarcerate a black man for the rest of his life based on accusations of those who've been slighted or scorned in past relationships. That's what they put on the books. That can have way more implication on your sons than George Floyd. Because think about how many relationships go bad between black men and black women. This don't have nothing to do with whether or not because the girls he was just dealing with were overage. This has nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with putting case law on the books where they can charge a man under RICO laws, under racketeering, based on accusations from past relationships. That's the precedent that has been set that we have allowed.
Mm-hmm.
You have something to say on that, other lawyer?
No, sir. I mean, that's just spot on. Again, they get our sentiments, they put out documentaries, they get people, crying and shedding tears and things of that nature, and it gets our energy, gets our emotions tied into it. It's not like we go back and actually look at the facts of what's going on or the facts of the case. So the reason why the case is going on, we buy the documentary storyline, not realizing the inaccuracies. And at the end of the day, again, certain things are passed. Again, after every case takes place, you have to realize when cases take place in court, precedents are set for future cases.
Yeah.
So if this precedent has been set based on this case, then it can be used in the future for other cases that may come into the court.
I mean, when is it? I mean, do you know how many people during the time of the internet are going across state lines, dating and all that? So if you date someone or deal with someone from over that's lived from another state and the relationship go bad, she can get together with 3 or 4 other people and say you sex trafficked her. And now now you Frank Nitti. You know what I mean?
Right.
now you're Al Capone. He's Al Capone now? A one man racketeering ring. I mean, are you kidding me? But it still fall in place with what I'm talking about. It's setting the precedent where the law really doesn't matter. It's whatever they make, whatever they say. So, I mean, I'm going to talk about this we're going to have men classes on Thursday. We're going to talk about that on how we're going to actually have to go back to the old way, according to the Bible, Elder Lawyer.
Absolutely.
Because anything a black man does in relationships can now be deemed criminal. Yeah,
absolutely.
man, I've been looking into it, Elder Lawyer. It's just say if this is weird. Just say if a man and woman get together consensual and she had a drink on her own volition. You didn't even give her the drink. She have a drink and you have a drink or whatever out there and they have relations or whatever the case is when it shouldn't be that way, but they have relations. Do you know, Elder Lawyer, that if she regret dealing with that person, she can say that it was rape under influence because her cognitive senses wasn't already there because she had a drink before she came? After the fact, she can invoke the fact that she was inebriated, even if she is the one who took the drink. So it's going to come a time where the only way we're going to be able to get together now, brother, is according to the Bible.
Exactly.
You go to the Father, you write everything. The Bible says do all things in writing, or it's to a degree where people are going to come together according to the Bible in marriage. It has to be a written agreement. Contracts. Right. I mean, it's a shame, but we're going to be talking about that in men's class. That's a whole nother conversation.
Right. But just to pick it before you go over to Elder Nathanael, just to make a point on that, that's exactly what it is. It's as much as you could argue, and I want to make this clear. People already, in the chat saying, let's not go hard for R. Kelly based on things he've done in the past or what have you. Listen, if that was the case, then whatever he dealt with in the past should have been, dealt with at that time in the court of law. Okay. So we're not.
Oh. See, but that comes with simplifying things without actually critically thinking, doesn't it?
Exactly.
Right? Because who said anyone was for R. Kelly?
Exactly.
See, people don't even understand when you're putting words in people's mouths. No one ever stated that we were here to back and to stand for R. Kelly. That doesn't mean that. What we're talking about is case law. What they put on the books to be able to try a black man for. When it's not going to have nothing to do with underage girls when they look at this case on the books. It's going to be about dealing with women who went across state lines who are now scorned because the relationship didn't work right.
Exactly.
You get 3 or 4 of these grown women who are adults to come together and say that you planned these trips and now you are a what? You are the head of a racketeering ring, black man. That's what we're talking about. Okay? R. Kelly knew what time it was when it happened way back almost 2 decades ago, and they got off. He knew the agreements of why he got off. He understood that but if they was going to do something, if they would have tried him when he was married to Aaliyah, it wouldn't have had to. That wouldn't have been a federal charge. They could have just got him back then with all that stuff. So this is stuff they're using to confuse you. I'm talking about what's put. more laws put on the books that's going to incarcerate your black sons, your boys. Has nothing to do with R. Kelly. They have set a new precedent where RICO laws and racketeering isn't a syndicate anymore. It's one man based on stories, okay, that can be accumulated in a federal court. So
Right.
they're setting a new. Go ahead, other lawyer.
Right. The point I was getting to last point was that, as you mentioned, this is forcing us as much as we can say, it's unfair and it's going to affect us. It's just the Most High forcing us, as you mentioned, to go back to a relationship according to the Bible. You're not going to have any choice but to deal with marriage. You're not going to be able to fornicate and to just operate the way you want to operate. You're going to have to deal with marriage according to God.
Yeah. You're going to have to deal with it according to God. Or obviously there's RICO charges. One moment. Oh my goodness. I mean, but we all know how this goes. I mean, it's a shame. But hey, once he get behind the closed doors and behind those bars, who knows what story going to come out in the future? That means, you know how they do it. And after, may the Most High bless him and protect him. But after he's no longer with us, then they're going to use the same media to spin how great of an artist he was, so that now that they can have a package of R. Kelly's greatest hits.
Yep.
Right? Because they have the power to have you love or hate one in particular. Right? That's right. The same way they raked Michael Jackson through the mud while he was living and couldn't prove anything. But then afterwards, they cleaned up his image so that they can sell This Is It and his package after he was dead. See? So the whole thing is, it goes back to understanding the power of the principalities of the air. Right now, he's the bad guy because Esau told you he's the bad guy. But no soon as he's no longer with us, may the Most High protect him, but we know how this goes. No sooner as that happens, they're going to spin him, and everyone that ever loved him going to come out and be interviewed and all that. His baby's, his ex-wife, and how great of an artist he was. Because why? It's going to be PR for a new package now that they have him out of the way. And guess what? It happens over and over the same way. And guess what? They can make it where, folks, that when they put this out, no one is even going to be thinking about the trial or thinking about underage girls and all that. That's the power of media. They can make it where that stuff is just forgot about. The same way the majority of people, Elder Lawyer, has forgot about the Haitians who were at the border, but now it's been exported.
Yeah, absolutely.
So let's go now. But it still comes down to, Elder Lawyer, us now more so than ever, cleaving to the Most High when it comes to everything now. Because anything we do outside of God's law is going to be, it's criminal in real law now. Like the only protection we have as a people is actually coming all the way under the commandments. Right? Because listen, even after R. Kelly, after he got off, he said, well, okay, I'm going to keep the line at 18 years of age. Right? So he right there on that line, soon as you cross over 18, I'm here. Okay. Now, of course, the young man, the brother was dealing with some stuff or whatever. I still pray for the brother. But he kept it over 18 for a reason, but still it didn't matter. Didn't matter. But if he did it according to the law, followed the law, statutes, and commandments, got with one person, did what he had to do, then he would have worked out right. Eventually, the Most High would have been on his side through all of this. Right?
Right.
And all I need to know is, real quick, who owned R. Kelly royalties? And I'm going to leave that out there. Just leave it out there. If he don't own them, who owns them? Okay, but I'm going to leave it there. All right, let's bring in Elder Fernell real quick. One moment. Elder Fresnel. 1 second. Come on in, Elder Fresnel. Shalom, Fresnel. Hold on. 1 second. Let me make sure he's coming in. Hold tight, folks. Excuse me.
Shalom, Elder.
Okay. Are you on Skype?
Yes, I'm on Skype right now. I don't know if you can see me.
Okay. Let me see. No. Hit your camera. Hit your camera so I can see you.
Okay.
There's a camera at the bottom. Just hit that. There you go. Oh,
right.
There we go. There we go. That's right. Elder Fresnel is in the house.
Shalom, Elder, we call. Shalom, Elder Lawyer.
Shalom. Shalom.
Okay, Elder Fresnel, let us know what is going on. What is actually going on over there in Haiti? I mean, what happened at the border? Give people the background. This is Elder Fresnel from the Florida. He's over the Florida congregation. Give us some insight, because as we see now, it's all been politicized, right?
Right.
And I said it from the beginning. Everyone was talking about, well, there's brothers giving out rations at the border. They doing this, they doing that. And I'm like, listen, that's all good, but you're not going to get us caught up in something political. You're not going to get us caught up that way, because this is being used for something else. And obviously, I showed them all, Elder Fresnel, exactly what they were using our brothers at the border for. They were using them to pass laws that will have our people replace who's working within the United States. Now, how will we lose our jobs? Well, it depends on what decisions we make, right? But if we don't make the right decisions, your replacements has already been briefed. They're waiting in the wings. Elder Fresnel, give me the backdrop. Tell me what's going on over there and give us some insight.
Right. And you're absolutely correct when you said that the whole thing is being political, because Haitians coming from Chile to the United States is nothing new. It's been going on for years, where they'll come from Chile. I mean, it's a long journey, but they'll come from Chile and they'll go all the way down to Texas. And when they get there, of course, it's a process. Then they'll cross the border and they'll come to the state. And then once they reach to the state, they'll get involved or call a family member or so on and so forth. And, and they get in contact with that person and they'll pick them up, so on and so forth. But what happened was they let thousands of them stay there for a reason, like you had mentioned. They let them stay there for a reason because they know what they were going to do. So the thing about it, some of the people that they were deporting to Haiti, they didn't tell them that they were going to deport them to Haiti. They did not even tell them. They told them, well, we're going to make sure we with your family. If you have someone in the state, give us their information, and then we'll contact that person in the state, and then we'll send you, and then you can go to the person. A lot of Haitians thought that's what was going to happen, but it didn't happen that way. They found themselves end up going back to Haiti, but because they knew that that's the process. They never thought they were going to get deported back to Haiti. That's how the whole thing was political, because no one knew that they were going to go back to Haiti. They know once they reach that border, they're going to make it to the state, knowing that, they get that. Once they got the information, they just called family members from the state or friends, whoever they're going to live with, to give them the information. So therefore they could go there. But what they did was they deported almost every day. They deported Haitians back to Haiti. And the thing about it, Haiti is being run right now by gangs. The government. There's not so much of a government there like that. Gangs run the country.
Man.
Okay, so it's pretty rough there, and a lot of Haitians will tell you they rather cross that border. They rather go through all the obstacles to cross the border and come to the States instead of going back to Haiti, knowing how hard it is over there right now. But again, what they did was they make sure they allow thousands of them, and it's not just Haitian. We have a few, of course, Northern Kingdom in there as well. But Haitians will tell you that they are the one who been mistreated the most among the whole scenario. And every day we listen to the news. Some of them will talk through Haitian radio stations. They'll explain how they were treated, how the whole process was. And on top of that, how they even told them, listen, we're not going to deport you. You're going to stay in the States. They end up finding themselves back to Haiti.
Oh, so here it is. Was there deception against God's people at the border? Now, I framed it that way because obviously there was. Because they were able to get the photo ops and show our people crowded there. Some people cattled them and lied to them and told them that they could come and be there, and eventually they'll be gained entry into America.
Right.
So the deception was they weren't there in hopes of someone deciding to let them through. They were told that they would get let through.
Right. A lot of them were told that they'll eventually make it to the state.
Look at that. So then you got to find out, who are these people? Were they working for the political DNC? Were they working in, the same way they use Black Lives Matter? Or to me, as far as I'm concerned, it's not Black lives, because these are Black lesbians. Right? So the L should be something else. The whole thing is they'll have some people representing us, right? And then those people will trust, but really they're being cattled in an area for photo ops and for political opportunities, right? And so these people were just used as props, really. They were used as props. Now, I'm going to show you something. I don't know if you noticed this, Fernell, and maybe you can talk about it too, other lawyer, is the fact that Esau, being a cunning hunter, one of his greatest tactics is divide and conquer. So now we have people in the United States weighing what happened to the darker skinned Israelites who are Levi, opposed to how they treat the lighter skinned Israelites from South America. So you have a divide and conquer on that end. When now people in the United States, this is a divisive tactic that's now dividing the communities within the United States who have family from Haiti, and those who have family from the Dominican Republic, or not Dominican, but Mexico, who come over through the borders. So here it is. That's a divide in itself, because now what happens if we try to hold on to our jobs and for whatever reason, maybe we don't want to go along with the campaigns that are out there right now. And here it is. What happens if we begin to lose our jobs in the United States, only to see Mexicans and immigrants and all these others in our place after we've built this country? So it seems like they're fermenting and infighting amongst the children of Israel. Blacks against South Americans. Blacks against Asians. They look like they're fermenting a civil war of racism. It's like it's being stoked. Anything you have to say on that? You heard me for now?
Right, and you're absolutely correct. It's happening too. And matter of fact, the main reason why Haitians are trying to come here, to be honest, is for work. They're trying to get a job. They're trying to get better work, better pay, knowing that in Haiti, There's almost no work there. Okay, and the scripture that comes to mind is to almost precept what you had mentioned earlier about Lamentation 7, the 10th verse. If you don't mind, I just want to read Lamentation 5 too as well, because it correlates to some of the things that's happening to them. Because all they want to do is come and get a job as well.
Go ahead.
You know,
go ahead, read it.
And the system knows that too. That's why So let me read the scripture in Lamentation 5, and I'll start at verse 6.
Okay.
Yeah, it says, we have given the hand to the Egyptians and to the Assyrians to be satisfied with bread. That means we submit ourselves to the Egyptians before in slavery, and to the Assyrians just to get just to eat. Okay, we're working hard to eat. And it says, verse 7, our fathers have sinned and are not, and we have bore their iniquities. Our fathers, our forefathers, they've sinned. Until this day, we're still paying the price for it. Mm-hmm. Still this day, we're still being punished for it. And that the whole thing lets you know that we are God's people. Verse 8 says, servants have rule over us, and there is none that doeth deliver us out of their hand. No one can save us. No one can deliver us. Verse 9, we got our bread with the peril of our lives because of the sword of the wilderness. Listen, we go through, we risk our lives just to eat. And like I've mentioned before, some of them travel always from Chile. It takes them almost 2 months or even 3 months to even get there. Some of them die before they even get there, rape. Everything happens to them before they even get to the States. And to find out, they're going to go back to an area where only gangs or mostly gangs run the place. Verse 10, it says, our skin was black like an oven because of the terrible famine. And verse 11, they ravished the women in Zion and the maids in the city of Judah. So pretty much just to correlate to what you're saying is that, they know that they're taking over the jobs. They're taking over the jobs from those who are already here. And of course, like you have mentioned before, this whole thing is political,
And there's another story, right, on what you're saying, right? The divide and conquer tactic. And I figure that if we get in front of this, brothers and sisters will not be used through the media's urging to attack and go against their own people. This is Esau, the puppet master.
Exactly. We have to know who the enemy is. So therefore, and the most important thing is, once we come back to the Most High's law, like we're supposed to, we'll know exactly who they mean. We'll know who we're fighting against. And the war, like you always said, is not carnal. The war is spiritual, So that's what we got to do, is come back to the Most High, like it says in Deuteronomy 28. We return to him, and this war will be nothing to us because it's spiritual. And once it's spiritual, we can win because we are more spiritual than anyone on earth.
That's right. That's right. Now, since you're there, I'm pulling up another article real quick, and I need you to give me your take on this.
Okay.
There's an article that just came out. It says Mexico sends 70 Haitians migrants to Port-au-Prince by plane. Removal from Mexico follows U.S. expulsions of thousands of Haitians, asylum seekers, which drew widespread criticism. So as you can see, brothers and sisters, they are fermenting. This is Al Jazeera reporting this. They are fermenting a cataclysm between blacks and Mexicans within the borders. See? So we know that Mexico in of itself isn't behind sending Haitians back. But what happened? But what happens if the jobs that they promised the Haitians over here end up where Mexicans are in those positions? See, and this is how Esau does it. He'll set a political stage and put all the weaponry out there for you, and everyone kill each other, and he come and pick up the pieces and bury the bodies and take the land afterwards. This is war, folks, on a political level. They want us looking at the Mexicans sideways, when the Mexicans are only trying to come over here to eat. They want us to look at the Haitians. They're trying to have us look at the Haitians sideways. For now,
Exactly.
when the Haitians,
I agree 100%.
yeah,
And you're right.
and the Haitians are only trying to come over here to eat. But this is where, brother, this is where it's going to become a problem. Suppose something happens through pressure where our people who've always worked here in the United States, the descendants of slaves, Judah, end up losing everything because we don't want to be forced to make the choices they're putting out there right now. And suppose we lose our jobs only to be replaced by citizens who get fast-tracked through immigration. Automatically, that's going to, of course, that's going, like you and I, we're good because we know what the Most High is saying in this. But can you imagine the everyday brother or sister who need their job to survive, don't know how they're going to pay their rent, only to lose their job that they thought they were security in healthcare and they were dealing with, they were doctors, they were nurses, only to be replaced by East Indians, Asians, Mexicans? Can you imagine what's going to happen in the United States when Judah in America realized that he was tricked? Can you imagine? I'm going to tell you, they are stoking a political civil war. Because here it is out of nowhere, all these decisions are being made for job security in the United States. But the people, the immigrants can come in and be fast-tracked and automatically get the jobs without any of these hurdles they're putting us through. They're fermenting a civil war. Elder Fennell, give me the report of what your family was saying, what was going on there. The people that were actually at the border.
Right. So what I actually have someone, of course, that's close related to us. And of course, he's actually didn't really get deported yet. He's actually went back to Mexico because they come from Mexico. But they were telling them, some of the people actually, I guess they fall for it. They were telling them, listen, we will actually have you, sign these papers, ask you a few questions, and ask who do you have in the state already? Give us their information, and therefore, when we let you go, you can go ahead and call them, then they can come pick you up, and so on and so forth.
Okay.
Those people thought that they were good, but they actually end up being deported back to Haiti.
Let me get the one right here. One moment. Here's the one right here. Say that again. Let me pull this one up. Go ahead. Say that last piece again.
I said that what they did was they let them know that they're gonna actually, let them back in the state, but they have to fill this form. And once they fill out the form, and of course, asking who do they have in the state and get the person's information, and they tell them, listen, once we get all our information, we'll let you back in the state. But what they actually did was they deport him back to Haiti. But they make them believe that they were going to come back to the state.
So what's going to happen with them? Over 1,000 of them have been deported. Now, one thing she did mention is that by 2026, even though that particular hearing was last year, by 2026, brothers and sisters, they're going to replace, you're talking about what? Like 5 million new jobs that they're going to be able to replace through immigration by 2026? 5 to 7 million new jobs from immigrants. Well, aren't we the people in those positions right now doing those jobs? Aren't we those people? But go ahead, Elder Fennell.
Right. And of course, we are the people doing all these jobs in the States. But a lot of times we actually don't see it as Bible prophecy, or we are the people that the Bible speaks of. When you go back to Deuteronomy 28, 40, 47 and on down, it shows you how, even at the border, it was showing how they have no regard for either young or old in that area. The way they were treating them, the way they deported them. I mean, you'll hear back home at Haiti how this was a big humiliation and so on and so forth. So these are the things that's going on as we speak. And it's still a big thing right now. Till this day, Haitians are still being deported back to Haiti on a vast number. So yeah, these things are still happening right now.
Well, here's the question. In the midst of everything going on in Haiti, earthquakes, more than one earthquake, them being cattle to the borders for political reasons. On top of that, oh, here it is right here. Here it is right here. As you can see, here it is. Current this month at the same committee, same people. Here it is. This is what I wanted. She did that last year, but this year is when they approved the budget for it. Markup of legislative proposals to comply with the reconciliation directive included in section 202 of the current resolution on the budget of the fiscal year for 2022. So they were dealing with the committee this month to actually pass the budget for the immigration. Mexicans and others right here, and Asians. Now on that, Elder Fennell, real quick, with earthquakes happening over there, gangs overrunning Haiti right now, who are Levi, with them being cattled into the United States right now, only to be rejected by Mexico and America, Biden, right? Because they're saying it's his administration. Are the Haitians waking up? Do they realize that Haiti will never be the same after this, and that it's time to now come back to the Most High?
A lot of them are waking up, to be honest, based on what I've seen myself. But I think, I think we need more to start waking up. Not just Levi, but all the tribes. But when it comes to Levi, yes, I've seen a lot of them waking up. A lot of them are stepping up at some level, but we actually do need more to wake up and come back to this understanding. So that way we can blow a trumpet and let the whole earth know that we are the chosen people of the Most High. But, I've seen a lot of them waking up, even ever since I've been in this truth. I've seen a lot of Levi, are being awake. Some are even in Haiti, are knowing this understanding and this knowledge. But we just need more. Just the same way with the rest of the tribes, we need more. But some of us are, little by little, it's happening. They are coming together. They are waking up. And they understand, at some level, what's happening. Some of them actually in Haiti, they understand what's happening to them, who actually the enemy is, who's actually trying to destroy them. They understand that.
Now, on another note, I can't talk about the disease in particular because there's a lot of things going on with YouTube where now there's new laws that are being, new guidelines that are being passed that even if you speak about it, it puts your channel under some level of threat with these new guidelines. So I don't even want to talk about the disease and the medicine they have for it and nothing like that. But there was a president who wasn't going along with the New World Order. Eventually, even though there was some corruption in his administration, he was taken out through assassination over there in Haiti, correct?
Correct, right. And everyone knows, everyone knows that, the state, they got their hands on it because he only had 7 months left. He only had 7 months left. So And of course, he was heavy on not allowing the people to get vaccinated like that.
Oh, well, we don't use that word here,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Because
Okay.
yeah. But but the whole thing is, whatever the agenda was, he was slowing up to show you how
Yes.
adamant they are in making sure that they push this, this new world order into play. But he was resisting the power. Then he got removed. And now you say there's chaos where there's gangs in Haiti actually running the country.
Right. Well, gangs were always there, but now it's almost worse than before. Even around his term, there were gangs there. But right now, since he's out of power, it's getting worse. People are being kidnapping every day. They're asking a lot of money. If they don't give them the money, they'll actually kill the person. You'll be
What?
lucky.
Ransom? They kidnap people for ransom in Haiti right now?
Right. Listen, if they kidnap someone in Haiti right now, they might even ask you for 300 something thousand US dollar or even $1 million. And if you don't give them that money, they'll kill you. I mean, this is the biggest news in Haiti every day.
So because I remember it was like that in Mexico for a while, about 15 years ago, where they saying there was kidnappings going on in Mexico. Let me ask you, is it safe for those that live in America to fly into Haiti now?
Not now. Not now. Because the gangs are ruthless right now. If they kidnap you, they will ask for a certain amount of money, especially if you come from the state. They'll ask for way more money. And you'll be lucky if you come out alive without giving that money. So yeah, it's pretty rough right now. Even without the president being there, it's very, very rough. Very rough.
Man,
So,
that is something else. So the Bible says, even though the Most High will send plagues for amendment, the people will continue to wax worse and worse. They'll become even more wicked. In the midst of this chaos, you would expect people to repent.
Mm-hmm.
Like, who out there in the earth don't know that we're living in the end of the world?
Right. But one thing I understand too, Elder, I believe it's in 2nd Ezra 15 and 19. It's been done in the state too. Let me see if I can read it. If it's also here, but let me read that scripture. Let me get it real quick. 2nd Ezra 15 and 19. It says 2nd Ezra 15, 19, it says, a man shall have no pity upon his neighbor, but shall destroy their houses with the sword and spoil their goods because of the lack of bread and for great tribulation. So this is happening in Haiti heavy because there's no food. It's like a famine that's in the land right now. There's no job, can't get nothing to eat, and you have a young man without anywhere to go. So they have nothing better to do, and this is where you get gangs from, and it's rampant. There's a lot of them in Haiti right now. I mean, you can barely go to an area in Haiti where there's not someone who's like a gang leader that don't control the area. Almost everywhere in Haiti, there's a gang leader that controls that area, and you go by their rules. So that's what's going on right now.
Man, Elder Fernell, this is almost almost identical to what happened in Masada.
Yes.
When they surrounded Masada, wouldn't let anyone in or out, and the gangs, the zealots, and those who were powerful, the powerful young men who were still in power, who were still in the cities, really, they became the overseers over Masada. They started robbing people, pillaging people, because why? They had the strength in numbers, and no one was there. There was no law to oppose us in Masada. So it was the young gangs that started taking over and beginning to kill off the elderly and rob people when Rome rounded. A lot of you don't know the story of Masada, folks, where they put a trench around Masada knowing that they could not fight our people who was still in Jerusalem at that time from the mount. Because why? We had the high ground. So Vespasian and Titus made a plan and say, well, listen, let's entrench a camp around them for 7 years. Don't let no food and water in. And we'll destroy them once they've destroyed themselves. We'll go in and destroy the weak after the strong have destroyed the strong. So you would have thought, Elder Fresnel, that Haiti would have circled the wagons to help one another in time of trouble. But this just turned the gangs more fierce against their own people.
Exactly. That's exactly what's going on right now as we speak, Elder.
Oh, man. So when you cut off people on an island with no resources, survival instincts sits in. The survival of the fittest. Oh, my goodness. See, I knew one piece of this. I knew that they were at the borders. And I knew it was being politicized. But I also said, guess what? These people aren't actors. Okay? These people genuinely need refuge. They need food. They need help. And I said that. But what I didn't know, Fresnel, is how grave things are within the border of Haiti. Now, let me ask this, and maybe Elder Gabar can come in and answer from the Dominican side, from the Simeon side. Is there any help from the Dominican side of the island for the Haitians? How is it over there? You would think that being on the same island, you're on the same island. That you would see your brother in peril on the other side and say, you know what? We have resources here that can help sustain you through this crisis. What's going on there between the Dominican Republic and Haiti, where Haiti isn't helping? I mean, where Dominican Republic isn't helping, obviously. Is that the case? Are you there?
I'm here, Elder. Yes. The Dominicans, they did offer their help when it comes to the earthquake that took place.
Okay.
A few months ago, they did offer their help, and of course, they did reach out. Even with the situation that's going on right now with the gangs, they've have concerns about it, and they spoke on how they're trying to see whether they can have the United Nations get involved at some level. But this has been going on for so long, and nothing is really done. Is being done about it. And it's to a point where someone is flying to Haiti, that airplane is almost empty going to Haiti because no one really wants to go there. It's destroying the economy. It's a form of destroying everything about Haiti, or so-called Levi. Everything is actually being destroyed at some level, to a point where people don't even know how the Haitians survive out there.
Well,
that's how bad it is.
Let me ask you this. Hold on, because some other people wanted to come in real quick. There's a lot of people asking me. Where do you think this end? In the midst of what's going on with the pandemic, earthquakes, where does this end eventually for Haiti?
I truly believe, personally, since I've been in the truth for so long, I don't see any other help but us really just gather our strength and start ministering to the people, because it's always one form of government to the next. Nothing never really been done. I think it's almost to a point where we're the last hope. We're the last option, because the way it seems right now, I mean, they try. Everybody tries at some level. They say they'll send help, but it's been going on for so long. It's to a point where, like I said, only gangs are running it. I think it's to a point where now those who are in the truth, we need to start, forming communities and start, getting things better in there. And I think it starts within ourselves. I don't see much help going over there right now as we speak. Maybe they will in the future. I'm not sure. But as of now, it's only getting worse. It's not getting better at all in Haiti right now. So I think it's time for that spiritual, work to start kicking in, where it comes from all of us who know the truth.
Mm-hmm. Hey, man, that's what the Most High is forcing Israel to help Israel. And it's like what we have brothers over there in Haiti. What we need to do now is to connect with them and see how rations or how we can actually support and get what's needed to them, right?
Right. And it's to a point now too where
and I'm saying we have to get it to them, but also with the insight of how to send it or get things to them without it actually getting taken. Or our stuff being moved out of the way, or someone else utilizing it before it actually gets to them. Because usually when that criminality and those things happen, it's within customs, it's in all other areas where who knows if we send certain things, whether or not they'll get them. Okay, so I really want to open this up because, there go Elder Lawyer. Elder Lawyer, you with me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Just sitting here listening.
Okay, I didn't know. Okay. Yes, now you're back, Elder Lawyer. Let's talk about it.
Okay.
Let's talk about it because the Most High said that eventually we would be in these perils. With our backs against the wall, Esau pitting nation against nation, tribe against tribe. Here it is, shutting the whole system down. So it's each man for himself for the sake of survival. How do we keep a level head, help our brothers through this, okay? And not in the midst of Esau's tactics, turn on one another. And that's what I wanted to talk about. Because through this immigration thing, they're moving Mexicans and allowing Mexicans over, right? But at the same time, stopping Haitians, and that's going to ferment a certain negative connotation against blacks, against Mexicans, or South Americans within the country. It's like they're dividing us politically. And then at the same time, we got brothers and sisters, not just over Haiti, but Africa and other areas who are suffering. What are we to do? Like the conversation must be had and say, well, listen, no longer is it about government. If we are a government of people, it's time for the Most High's people to come together and begin some level of not just a committee, but a support, spiritual and otherwise, for those who would need refuge and protection in times of trouble. That's what time it is. Because right now, obviously, there's a deception going on where there's a divide and conquer, and I can see it as clear as day, right? Now, I hear what Brother Tariq Nasheed be saying sometimes, Elder Lawyer. I hear what Professor Black Truth, because what they're saying is to some degree, there's truth. Where immigrants come into the country and they become a buffer class to be used against those, the black descendants of America that's living in the country. And they be used as proxy to represent the system instead of their blackness. And I heard some of that, and there's truth to that. But the majority of our people who are coming over here aren't coming over here to be proxies used against us. They're coming over here because they need help. And it seems like the political voices are out there that are pointing to the taskmasters and those that the Democrats are using as proxy against, as taskmasters against us. Instead of us saying, you know what, regardless of what they're doing, the Most High is calling Israel together to help and protect each other in a time of trouble.
That's right.
Not to have this be an opportunity to point a finger at you and say, well, listen, you're on your own. You should have been here forced politically or whatever the case might be. It's no time to now push away those who are in need or try to claim that, well, okay, Haitians, whatever you're dealing with, that's your problem. Mexicans, whatever you're dealing with is your problem. Us in America, we're descendants of slaves. We're the black descendants of slaves, and we have to really focus on focus on our people and our plight opposed to everyone else's. That's how the enemy wants us to think. Esau all over the world doesn't think like that. He don't think that he's different than the white man in Sweden or France or South America. Okay? Chinese people, they don't think that way. They don't think that that something is wrong with the Chinese people in America opposed to the Chinese people. They don't look at each other as enemies. And it's divide and conquer. And you see what's happening with Levi? Eventually, understand that that's a plan, eventually, Elder Lawyer, for us all.
Absolutely.
It happened in Masada. And you know what? It can happen in America. It can definitely happen, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
I don't know if you were listening, but I'm going to give you a word before we open up the calls.
Absolutely. And as you mentioned, we hear those conversations that are out there from a political standpoint, and we can understand where people are coming from a political standpoint when it comes to some of the discussions, the conversations, the arguments, and things of that nature. But what we have to realize is this, okay? Babylon the Great is fallen, right? So it's like we are on one level politically, we're trying to pretty much maintain pretty much maintain our seats on a sinking ship. The ship is about to go down. All of the political arguments about the jobs that may be taken from people coming over, you have to realize that the system is being switched up to replace us and eventually to deal with those who are coming over as well. Babylon the Great is fallen. So we have to more so begin to look at it from, you have the political side, but you also have the biblical side, the spiritual side, as to what we are as the 12 tribes of the nation of Israel. Christ states he came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. He didn't come to restore our position as American descendants of slaves. That's no knock on those who hold those particular views. But Christ is not here to uphold our position as the American descendants of slaves. He's here to restore the 12 tribes of the nation of Israel. So we have to look at it as this. If there's brothers and sisters coming over the border from Mexico who are of the tribe of Issachar, of the nation of Israel, we have to look at it more so of not just them coming over to take our positions or our jobs. How many of those brothers and sisters can we actually convert and bring over who may have certain skills, who may have certain, whatever the case may be, that can now be used for the Most High's mission, for the Most High's work? How many of those brothers and sisters coming over the border from Haiti that can be converted into the fold to be used for the Most High's work? You understand what I'm saying? So that's the level we have to think on. We understand politically. Again, politically, I understand the arguments, but at the end of the day, this is Christ's movement. We're Christ first. So we have to look at what is Christ's mission? Restoring the 12 tribes of the nation of Israel.
Yes. So was there deception against God's people at the border? Fresnel?
Yes, at the end of the day, we can see that as well. That's included. We all can see it. I truly believe so. And again, we just have to stand together, rising up together, and overcome what what the adversary brings forth to us. And again, and win this battle. But yes, you're absolutely right. There was deception.
Well, I'll tell you what, it tell you in the Dead Sea Scrolls that the Most High will plant Judah, Benjamin, and Levi in the desert against Edom for the day of the battle of Armageddon. So even though we're dealing with all these political hangups right now, and we're getting attacked on every side through proxy, sideways politically, through biochemically and every otherwise, through science. We've been attacked on every area, but somehow the Most High, if we don't turn on each other, if we turn back to the Most High, begin to pray and realize that, guess what? Just because you are another tribe, you're not my enemy. You're my brother. And we begin to cleave and pray to the same God whom we were, the same God in which we were under a cloud coming out of Egypt, that he'll hear that prayer and begin to fight our cause. You understand? And that's what I wanted to bring out, because this immigration thing is proxy. Even though that thing was a year ago I showed, the whole thing is, folks, they were prepping to replace us in America as workers through immigration. And then last week, they passed the budget at the same time the Haitians were at the border. So she said, what, 20 million jobs that's going to be given to immigrants, not Haitians. East Indians, Asians, and South Americans will become the new essential workforce in the United States. Right now, they're just working on moving those who are working right now out of the way. Out of the way. Folks, they're going to squeeze us economically. And I believe, elders, both of you, I believe it's the Most High right now forcing the children of Israel to depend on each other and him in our time of need. This is what I truly believe, that we're being squeezed. If it was any other way, our people would just stay comfortable. We would just stay comfortable and just let things be. To each his own, and just deal with our own house. If the Most High allowed things to stay the way it is, we would stay content. And I believe we're being squeezed so that the Most High can force us to tap into what's in us as a people together. We're being forced now. This individual thinking, this divisive mindset we've had, this, I would say, outright selfish attitude that we've been carrying for a long time, not just as an individual, but as a people, with no care for our fellow man, let alone our nation. The Most High is saying, well, okay, if you don't come back together under me, you will not survive. You will not survive.
Right.
And that's what it comes down to. I get the phone calls every day, Elder Lawyer. What about my job? What about this? What about that? And it's like, listen, I'm a Bible man. The only thing I can tell you is to stand with the Most High and understand what faith is, and begin to tap into the gifts you were born with, and learn to utilize that for your nation, starting what? Within your household first. I'm going to be covering that, Elder Lawyer, this coming Sabbath. I'm going to be covering that this Sabbath, because guess what? Esau is kicking everyone off the job. Eventually, it's like, listen, it's my plantation, it's my corporation. You either follow my rules or get out. And so it's time for our people to start planning what and understanding what exactly that looked like, because Esau isn't letting up. The Bible says, be like pilgrims in those days. What did the Most High, what was he showing the prophets back then if he said be like pilgrims in those days? That eventually your livelihood would be threatened. Your security going forward would be threatened. Only left with a choice between what you used to know, even though that won't exist anymore, what you used to know to survive, or the Most High. I'm going to show you how cold it is too, Elder Lawyer. When I was coming up, you didn't need a job because you can always have a hustle.
Right.
Some type of hustle to make ends meet. But what happens when the hustle is taken away through cryptocurrency and there's no financial currency at all?
Yeah.
Where
Yeah.
there's no money being transferred anywhere that's not tracked. And if you're using money outside of the rules, it's what? Money laundering. Folks, they're going to make it where if you're not using money a certain type of way, it's going to be deemed money laundering. It's already on the books how they're going to do this to the mark of the beast. So that's going to take the hustle out of the way. Right now, I can do a job for someone and they can do a job for me. And instead of cash, I can send them a Cash App or vice versa or whatever. We can do that now. People can hustle with Cash App out there and all that, not PayPal, whatever right now. But when the mark of the beast system come on the scene, all of that invisible trading without currency is going to come with stringent restrictions. So it's either we're going to come together now while there's time to prepare for what's to come, or be left out there with no options. And if anything, with Elder Fernell, what you've just dropped, Haiti is just a microcosm for what's about to happen to the whole world. It's just a microcosm. So I'm going to need y'all both to stay with me. I'm going to bring in the calls because I need brothers and sisters' input on this. If you're from Haiti, call on in. Our Levite brothers from Haiti, we are with you. Okay? Our prayers are out there for you. If you're in Haiti, brothers and sisters, and you're out there and think that there's no hope, that you've been forsaken, no, you haven't been forsaken. You're the children of Levi, the children of Aaron. You're the priesthood of the Most High God. The Most High hasn't forgotten you. He's just giving you an opportunity under his grace to choose right during this time of chaos, to repent for your sins, come back to Christ, and walk in newness of spirit, and he'll guide us. He'll guide you all through this chaos. He'll guide you through, Levi, but keep in mind, and one thing about our God, he's not going to leave you at the border. He's not going to leave you out there by yourself. So if you're out there doing some level of criminality to make it, and you're a part of a gang and all that, and you fall on this video, nah, fall on your knees and repent to the Most High and ask the Most High to forgive your sins and no longer harm or hurt your people. Because Levi, it's time to help your people like Moses and Aaron helped us. Turn from your negative ways and come back to the Almighty, and he'll guide Levi through. He'll guide the Haitians through. And you're not by yourself. Judah, we are with you. We are with you. And outside of this, I'm going to sit with Elder Fernell, and we're going to come with ways in which we can actually help our people. As long as we know the help that's being afforded from here is going to those in need. All right. So let me open up the calls, and I'm gonna bring y'all back in, and we can all answer the calls together. Okay. I'm gonna call y'all right back in. Hold tight.
Yes, sir.
All right, come on in. Was there deception against God's people? Levi at the border? Absolutely. The priesthood. Come back to the Most High. Stop fighting and dividing and harming one another over there in Haiti. You are God's people. And as long as you continue to fight against each other, the God of Israel will fight against you. He'll fight. So it's time for us to do what? Wave the white flag and come back to the Almighty. Levi, hold tight, and I'll bring y'all right back in, elders.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me call Blog Talk, open up the lines here. 1 second. Here we go, folks. And we have a brand new academy starting October 31st. We invite you all in. Go to historytimes.org. Historytimes.org. We have a lot of new lessons. This coming Sunday, we'll be going into Israelite doctrine. There's a lot of different doctrines out there. We have the doctrines out there that came from the original school of UPK. That's now the Church of UPK. Who's out there under that doctrine, and what is it true that's in that doctrine? And is there anything that need to be examined in that particular doctrine? We're going to talk about it. What about those that are splinters from Israeli Church of UPK? Okay. Myself, I was raised and came up a general. Israeli school, then Israeli Church of UPK. What is the difference between what I believe now and what I believed during years in which I became a general in that particular doctrine? That will be discussed. What about the brothers and sisters out there that are calling the Most High Yah? Okay. What is the background behind that ideology, and who were their original teachers in America? And what do they believe? Is it with or contrary to the doctrine of Christ? We'll cover that too. Also, we're going to cover, yes, that's right. You got Israelites out there believing that one does not have to believe in the Messiah or Christ to be saved. That the Messiah hasn't come in the earth yet. He wasn't born in the earth yet. That Christ in the New Testament isn't the Messiah that was prophesied out of the Old Testament. Well, that will be dealt with this Sunday in the academy also. Now, usually when I break down these particular lessons on Israelite doctrine, I never talk about anything personal, okay? I don't pull up someone's name and say, this is what he was doing and he was doing. No, we do it just like the Christian church. If we're going to break down Christianity, we're going to break down the doctrine of Christianity and show you how what they're teaching is what? Contrary to the doctrine of the Bible. Well, that's what we'll be doing this Sunday when we go into Israelite doctrine. It has nothing to do with any personal man who is in position over any organization. We're going to pull up the doctrine that they teach, and we're going to show you whether or not that doctrine is correct according to the Bible. Like, is baptism just an option? Is that just an option that someone can choose to do or not to do? Well, I follow the laws of God, and I'm being baptized by reading the Bible, so I don't need water baptism. Is that true? Well, we're going to find out. Reincarnation. Do people die and come back again? Over and over again in the third or fourth generation, like some of these doctrines are teaching? We'll see. Is hell and heaven conditions on earth only? Because we know there's a heaven where the Most High is and where Christ is on the right hand of the throne. So we know there's a heaven that's more than just a condition on earth. The throne of the Almighty isn't a condition. So if there's a physical or a place called heaven, an actual place, a literal place according to the Bible, then there is a literal hell, isn't there? We're going to go there. So this coming Sunday, we're going into Israelite doctrine. You don't want to miss it. I usually add this in every academy, so don't worry about it. Because we had week 10, we only got about 3 more weeks. October 31st begins a new academy. So if you miss this academy and say, well, man, I wanted to get into that Israelite one, don't worry about it. I will cover that in the next academy also. We'll also be going into the Ark of the Covenant. Where did it come from? What was the power of it? Where is it? And will the Israelites receive it again in the wilderness? I'll be going into the power of the Ark of the Covenant. From Egypt to hiding. Where is the Ark of the Covenant? It's not in Ethiopia. No man has the Ark of the Covenant right now. The Most High have it hidden, and angels are hiding it within this earth right now. And I'm going to prove that in the academy. That's right. That starts October 31st. The Ark of the Covenant, the power of God. The greatest weapon that was ever known to mankind will be in our academy. So if you're interested, go to historytimes.org. Now, another thing I wanted to put out there, $GOCC144 donate to continue with Cash Apps to make sure you support the broadcast. If you enjoy the weekly broadcast we do on Wednesdays and Sabbaths, your appreciation is highly appreciated if you continue with your Cash Apps, because that helps strictly these particular lessons, okay? The Cash App under that is for church members who pay tithes and offerings to the church, but the top one goes directly to the teachers who put these broadcasts together for you on a weekly basis. $GOCC144 donate. Also, I'd like to thank our Patreon members. We're up to about 4,000 Patreon, but come on through, because that's where we can divulge information that cannot get discussed here. All right. So do us a favor, become a part of our Patreon by going Patreon/AGathering144. Okay. And also, I need you all to help me get the subscriptions up for the main channel, A Gathering 144. So when you get an opportunity, type in A Gathering 144, hit subscribe and the bell. And when you hit the bell, make sure you choose that you would like to receive all notifications. Subscribe to A Gathering 144 so that we can get that up past 100,000 subscribers. You're going to hear us talking less and less about the medical procedure that they have out there, okay, on this platform. Because why? They're censoring people. You can't even talk about it and all that. So I'm going to save a lot of that for in the academy, where we're paying for that platform. So, and also Patreon in areas when we can, okay. But we found out a lot of information, and what we'll do is we'll make sure that we'll save things. If you are a Patreon member, we'll save things to our other platforms that we have, our private Vimeo, to give you access to the videos that even Patreon will not allow you to see. Because, I mean, it's layers under layers. We have to have these videos because it's almost impossible to tell the truth without censorship, okay? All right, hold tight. Thank you for all your support. I've done the announcements. Now let's start the phone calls. One second. 1 second. Okay, let's jump in. All right, there you go. Okay, 515-605-9327. Let's go. And do us a favor. Let's not try to talk about what's going on out there and mentioning certain words, because the algorithms will drive traffic here, and I don't want anything to happen to this channel. So be guarded in how you be cryptic, a better word, and how you talk about the stuff out there.
Blog Talk Radio. Welcome to Blog Talk Radio. Please hold and you will be able to listen to the show.
Okay. All right, Elder Ramar. I'm in the wings. Okay, I'm unmuted. Okay. Let's see. 1 second. All right, let me bring Elder Lawyer. Okay, I also see Elder Gabar Yasha'Allah. And I see Elder Fresnel. Boom. We bring you all in. How about that? Okay, while I'm bringing the elders in, let me take a few calls. We have Earlene. We have Sister Earlene. I have all the elders in back. Okay, yeah. I have you there. All right, let's see if there's any familiar phone numbers here. If you have a question and comment, you can come on in. 77. Do me a favor for now. And and mute your mic until I somebody may have a question for you, Fernell. Mute your mic right now. We got 770 area code. 770 area code coming in. Elder Lawyer, Elder Gabar, you with us? Okay. We have Elder Fernell on the back. We have 770 area code coming right in. Hold on. Do me a favor, Elder Lawyer and Elder Fernell, mute your microphones, please. Thank you. 770 area code. Hold on. All right, do me a favor, Ramar, because I'm having issues on my side. So I need you. If I say the phone area, I need you to bring them in. Oh, here, 770. I got it. 770 area code. Shalom. 770 area code. You're live on Blog Talk. Okay, I'll come back to you, 770. We have Emmanuel, 631 area code. Was there deception at the border? Shalom. You're live. You're live with the Gathering of Christ Church. For now, you can hear me, right? All right. Oh, let me try it. Yes, can you hear me? Hello?
I can't hear nothing.
That's a second person that I called.
Can't really hear you, Gabar.
Okay, hold on.
It's the sound distorted.
Okay.
Can you hear me, Nathanael?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Lawyer, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you for now. Am I sound good? My sound's good, right?
Can you hear me?
Hold on. I'm having trouble here. Let me take down Skype. I apologize, brothers. Something is going on here. One second.
Blog Talk Radio. Welcome to Blog Talk Radio. Please hold and you will be able to listen to the show.
Okay, one moment.
Unmuted.
Okay, I'm unmuted now. 972 area code. Matter of fact, let's go to 646 area code. 646. Hello? You're live on Blog Talk. (646) area code. You're live on Blog Talk. Hold on, there's obviously something wrong here. One moment.
Hello.
Yes, hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you're live on Blog Talk.
Hello? Yes, I can hear you. Elder Ricard.
Okay, it's not us. Okay,
Can
talk
you hear
to
me?
us. Yeah, you're live. Talk to us.
Hello?
You're live.
Hello? Hello, I'm live. Hello?
Yes, you're live.
Hello.
Oh, Lord, have mercy. This Skype. I mean, this blog talk is giving us issues.
Oh, okay. I can. It's weird because it's not talking live on the channel.
You're not supposed to be listening to the channel. You're
So-
supposed to be listening. You're supposed to be listening through your phone.
I can only.
Hold on one second, folks. We have some technical issues. One moment. One moment. We'll be right back. One second.
The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited.
That's right. You are invited. All right. Instead of, here is the new number you can call. We're going to bow out of Blog Talk that's giving us issues right now. You can call in. You can call into this conference. This conference number, 240-591-0384. 240. So we're going to end Blog Talk. If you're on Blog Talk, we need you to jump right over to the new phone. Okay? Okay. Blog Talk will eventually have to give us a refund. That's going to be in the works because something is going on there. So do us a favor, Ramar. End Blog Talk altogether, so that we can open up the conference calls here. All right. 240.
The Bible.
Okay, can't do that.
Is it hard to understand?
240-591-0384. We're going to take calls for about 30 to 40 minutes and conclude the night and finish the night, okay? 240-591-0384. The straight deception at the border. Okay. And I wanted to also thank the brothers and sisters who have sent and supported the church and sent financial help and monetary help to the P.O. Box. I didn't forget about you all. Thank you for all the blessings that you've sent. And we really highly appreciate all the support you continually send for this ministry. I wanted to put that out there also. All right. Let's open up the calls. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, the new phone number, the new conference, 240 591 0384. The new phone number for the conference is on your screen.
Welcome and thank you for choosing freeconferencecall.com. You're helping people around the world communicate for free. Access code or phone number you have dialed is incorrect. Please check your credentials and try again.
Hold on.
Access code or phone number you have dialed is incorrect. Please check your credentials and try again. You entered 189. Please.
Let's go.
Muted.
Okay, Ramar, let's go. What's going on with our Levi brothers?
Unmuted.
Okay, we're live on the conference call 240-591-0384, discussing the conspiracy against our Levitical brothers, our Levite brothers who are at the border and were deported. There's a lot of chaos going on in Haiti right now, and we had Elder Fresnel report on that. In particular, Elder Ramar, there was a sister, I think 770 area
Shalom,
code.
Elder. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear, Ramar. Can you hear me? Please don't tell me there's issues here too. Hold on. One moment. All right, 1 second. Check. Okay. All right, here we go. All right. I know you can hear me loud and clear, Ramar. Let's bring on the call, starting with 770 area code.
All right, 770, you're live.
Good evening, elders. This
Shalom.
is Sister Marie France.
How you doing, sister? How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. We know you are all of the Levitical persuasion. Talk to us about your brothers and sisters, your family, the Haitian family over there.
Yes.
What's, oh my goodness, what's going on there? But go on.
Is Elder Fennell still on there as well?
Elder Fresnel, let me bring him in now. You would like to speak to him?
Oh, no, I didn't want to skip him with the greeting. I didn't know he was on there because it's okay.
Okay, go ahead. You're live.
I wanted to make a comment. Well, to answer the question, I think the question is there deceptions at the border?
Yeah, the deception at the border with our Levite brothers, with the Haitians.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, of course. I also wanted to comment. I mean, I've been here. I grew up in the States. I was born in Haiti. I've been here since I was, 10 years old.
Mm.
And, my father always kept me, involved with politics. I'm talking about concerning the Haitian side.
Yeah.
And the history of it all. So when I think about what's happening, considering where we came from to how it is now, it progressively gets worse every year. And I mean, part of the reason why my parents sent for my sisters to come here was because of political reasons, civil war and things like that. Because when I was in Haiti, the school that I was in, anytime there was problems or things, chaos, our school used to get attacked because, I don't know, something about with the president's son used to go to the same school as well. But when I think about the condition of Haiti, it breaks my heart to say I don't see how there can be any changes. It could be because we're at the end. And one would say, well, where's your faith? But, with prayer, I think what can happen is the ones that are there who are not awakened the best way I see there can be any help is to either get those people out, or teaching them about the truth. And that's something that I would be, happy to help with. Because growing up, even on my mom's side, my mom is a missionary, so missionary work is what, I always learned about. But the reason why I'm saying I don't see how there can be any help, because there's like a certain group in Haiti, let's just call them the 1%. I can't say any names for political purposes.
Okay.
And YouTube. Because even my brother lives in Haiti. That's my oldest brother. And, I hate to say he's comfortable. He's not comfortable because in his surrounding, there's chaos, people dying or people are hungry. But I'm saying he's comfortable by himself financially. But there's a certain group, like a 1% in Haiti, and there's still a division between, the mulattoes and the dark-skinned Haitians. That's still happening. And this certain guy who's Haitian Jewish, so his family's Jewish, but he was born in Haiti. He has the biggest pharmacy in Haiti. So he claims like all those dark-skinned, crazy-looking, ugly Haitians, as he said, and I've heard the tape, should go back to Africa and give us back the island. The island belongs to the French. We are descendants of French. And, we should get rid of them. So they're paying our same people because, it's easy for one to do it. If you give like a group of Haitians, not, like you go to a certain group and you pay them and you say, do such and such, they'll do it against their own people. It's unfortunate. So I'm saying this to say in a nutshell, because I can't, go through it all.
Okay.
I cannot see how there can be any help when it comes to that. If you understand the history behind it and what's really going on, it's very political. And they would make it very hard for there to be any changes in the country. Because it's like they're using Haitians to do exactly what they're doing with the kidnapping and and the this and the that. And, of course it happens in other islands too, like, islands like Trinidad, Jamaica and stuff like that. But it's so bad in Haiti right now. And I can't even talk to when I call my brother or my mom, all we can talk about is, the Bible and family, but we don't talk about politics because I don't even engage that conversation because you don't even know who's listening. So the best way is to, like Elder Fennell said, to get the brothers and sisters to wake up. And if it was possible, which I think is hard, to get rid of some Christian missionaries. I don't want to say all, because some of them are really going down there to do the work in their mind, because even there's an agenda behind that as well. But, us in the truth is where the help is going to come from. And we can't help everyone. I would love to. But anything that I can do, I would love to do it.
Okay.
But it really hurts me to say that. I don't see how it would change the whole country as a whole.
Well, I've been speaking to Fennell. I spoke to him yesterday, and I'm going to speak to him. We're going to really talk to our Levite brothers and sisters that are in the truth, since you're already there and know the lay of the land, and make it where we'll have some level of committee that can actually, because as an American, like Fennell says, we may not be free to travel to do anything, but if you have family there, you understand, we can probably use the people in the church to go through and help the people we can that's there, at least with the truth and some food rations, whatever we have to do. So we'll have that conversation offline. But sister, try to reach out to your family, give us as much, information you can concerning what's going on there, and so that we can come up with some way to help the brothers and sisters over there, okay?
That'd be great. And one last thing, just so you know, my brother is one of the people that you would go through in order to get to custom.
So your
if that helps.
Yeah, your brother is someone of influence, so that's good. So
yeah.
All right. Okay. All right. So we'll make that connection and see what we can do, because Fennell said that it's hard because people kidnap, steal, or whatever. But if your brother's in customs, we can use him to help the people that we have there. So
Oh yeah, he definitely is. He's actually a supervisor, so he's
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, sister. And did you hear anything about what really happened at the border, opposed to what the news stations are saying, as far as your family back home?
What I heard is, because I went to see my dad a couple of days ago in New York, and he was, well, not my dad, my stepmom. She was saying, when I was asking her, she said, "Do you know a lot of those people who come, like let's say they'll use somebody, God forbid, like me, and I'll say, well, I can get you to America. It costs such and such. It costs, I don't know, $5,000. So these same people, because they're not using the poorest people to do this. They'll sell everything that they have. This is what my stepmother told me. They'll sell everything that they own, their business, their home, whatever it is that they own, because they just want to get out. And they'll pay whoever it is that's offering that large amount of money, hoping, to them, they know, like, when they get there, they're going to get in. And then some of them, this actually happened to them. So a lot of them was not expecting that, like the elder was saying. And a lot of them was lied. They lied to them.
Okay, so
and
because we're getting a different story. What we're getting is these are poor immigrants running from the destruction of the earthquake. What in actuality, these are people who have money, who sold everything and was guaranteed refuge in the United States with the finances. They paid someone.
Yes, the majority, because they, back in the days, I'm talking about the 90s, when you hear about Haitian refugees, a lot of those people, like, they were mostly like poor people coming and getting on a boat, driving themselves. But from what I'm understanding now, these are people who are selling everything that they own because they have to pay to get this. They're not coming in canoes or like those little boats like they used to. They're coming in.
Who are they paying?
Whoever it is that's in it's another Haitian group of Haitians. Whoever it is that's, I forgot what it's called. I don't know what it's called in English. Maybe Elder Fanelkin said it's called something like raquette. But they'll pay. They'll make this raquette. A raquette is where you pay someone who promised you a visa, or say maybe like this ship or whatever it is can hold 300 people. Okay, after 300 people, I don't have it anymore. We're gonna do this again in another 2 months. It's something like that. So these people will pay the last that they have, or maybe it's a mother who's taking the last money that she has and paying for her son to come because that's the easiest way to get in without an actual visa.
Thank
so
you.
From what I heard, it's
okay. I got
you. A bunch of them who did it after the earthquake. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you, sister. And we'll be getting contact with you soon to talk about some more information on how we can get something to the brothers and sisters that are there. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Fernell, before I bring in the next call, Fernell, I need to say something real quick. Put the sister on hold for me, Ramar. Man, Fernell, are you there?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah, man. I'm perplexed because I'm examining the greatness of Levi when I read the Bible. And I see what the Most High have resorted the priesthood to. The priest of the Almighty, the highest priest. I mean, the priest had the Ark of the Covenant, which was an actual doorway into the heavenly realm. The Ark of the Covenant was so powerful. No one could touch the Ark of the Covenant but your people, but the Levites. And man, when the Most High bring us down, he bring us down, man.
Oh, yeah.
He bring us down, brother. And I think about it, I'm hearing it. For us to be taking refuge, crammed in boats at a time, just to get some normalcy.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're not the people according to the Bible, Fernell, but go ahead. I'm listening.
No, I was just saying, it just never ends when it comes to Levi being punished. There's one thing, when you're looking at the islands, it's just it never really ends. It's one thing after another. It's always one thing. And the thing about it, they'll always say it's only a small group of people who run the country. It's not what you're seeing, but there's a small group behind it who runs the country. It's what they say. That's what goes. Very small.
And these are our people, taskmasters.
Exactly. That just do what they've been told. That's all it is.
And you know, Haiti is sitting on one of the biggest oil resources on this side of things.
Right.
Many resources. I mean, all right, let me get to the next call. But I'll tell you, Levi will stand again. Judah, Benjamin, Levi, we will all stand again. But we just have to get through this trouble. Let's get the next call, Elder Ramar.
We have Officer Ithamar.
The Most High is calling back Israel, Elder. I'll tell you. Let's go. Next call.
Officer Ithamar, are you there?
Yes, sir. Shalom, Elder Ramar.
Shalom, my brother. You got the floor. You have the floor.
Shalom, everyone. Shalom, saints. Shalom, Elder Rakar, Elder Lawyer.
Shalom.
And yes, this is Officer Ithamar, currently fellowshipping with the body in Dallas.
Yes.
But this journey started in Ohio, and I want to send a special salutation. I greet all the brothers in Cincinnati, the fellow laborers that still have their hands in the plow in Columbus, Deacon Gabar and Elder Gabar. Now, this is coming from my own experience at the border, because about, I would say almost a year now, when the media was having a hype and they were calling out Operation Dark Winter, Dark Winter. It just so happened at that time I had a younger brother of mine that I was preaching and studying with and introducing to the truth.
Okay.
And he called me up one day before the shutdown and said, "Hey, you know what? How do you keep the Sabbath? I would like to get baptized." So I introduced him to the Houston body, and immediately after that, let me just, for time's sake, say that I find out that, the Most High had even property for me down there. For discretion's sake, I don't want to disclose the location, the exact location. But after his baptism, I went through the property. Actually, before his baptism, I came down to Texas. I checked out the property. And then, hey, it was a go. It's legit. The paperwork was on there, and Elder Gabar was informed. I did not make any move without the elder's consent and advice, and counsel, righteous counsel. Let me just put that aside. And still right now, I praise the Most High for the leadership of Elder Ramar and also Bishop Azan. Those are beautiful soul workers for the Most High. All right. Furthermore, I came down, checked it out, attended my brother's baptism, and then I went back to Ohio. I packed my bag. I told my wife, "Babe, pack the children. We're going to live like pilgrims now." So I moved on by faith, because I knew it was only a matter of time.
Okay, he got cut out. Let's get the next call, Elder Ramar. We'll bring you back later, brother. His phone probably hung up. Let's get the next call. Elder Ramar, let's get the next call. Sorry, his phone must have dropped. One second. This is wild. I've never experienced so many technical issues in one show in all my life.
Welcome and thank you for choosing freeconferencecall.com. You're helping people. Muted.
Examining the greatness of Levi when I read the Bible.
Okay,
I
I'm
don't
back,
think he
Ramar.
knows your Levi either.
Ramar, I'm back.
Okay, I'm going to mention that.
Possibly taking refuge.
Yeah, I'll just reiterate that once
Ramar.
I get back on.
All right, he's back in to me.
Unmuted.
Oh, okay, we got you back.
Okay.
Never ends.
Okay, I'm hearing I'm hearing my broadcast in the background. Hey, brother, we need to get right to it. Let's get right to it because I got to get to the next call. Give me your content so I can get to the next call.
Colin Elvis, Blackjack. So to make a long story short, I started taking trips along the borderline because with the type of business I do, it allows me to go all over the place. So since my focus was in that area and we have property in that area, I started studying and analyzing the area. So I remember I even sent some pictures to Bishop Azan when I noticed that once you
Hello?
Ithamar, you went out.
Let's get the next call. I can't get caught up because this is really dragging the show. Let's get the next call. We'll grin him in later because I'm dropping, he's dropping. Let's get the next call.
225 area code, you're live. 225, you're live. 267 area code, you're live.
Shalom, elders.
Shalom, how are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for the call. I was in the military in 1994, 1995, and 2012. I lived in Haiti. I lived in the Caribbean. I was in Gitmo all the way down to Trinidad, and I saw the atrocities firsthand, how they treated Levi against the Dominicans. There was division, light skin, dark skin. I was in 94 when Aristide was being put into power, me and my team, and Papa Doc, Baby Doc had toured up the country. They dispatched my department out of Fort Bragg. We were special forces, civil affairs, PSYOPs, Rangers, airborne, all the great stuff that you see on TV. But we were there firsthand. I worked in the Cuban camps. Castro had opened up the gates in Cuba and said, "Get out." We had a division set up for Cuban camps. I was one of the department heads for that. We had linguists. We had all government employees housed in ships. All 5 components were there. We also had Haitian camps. They were fleeing on, like the lady said, about boats that were not really floatable. They were just made out of barely anything, that could stay in the water with sharks. A lot of them didn't make it. A lot of Cubans didn't make it. There was always division. They would give Cubans carte blanche, treated like royalty. They had sponsors set up in Miami to come get their loved ones. When it came to the Haitians, and I spoke on it, when it came to the Haitians, they basically gave them fluff, smiled in their face, and deported them just like they did last week back to Haiti. They got them here. They got them back to Cuba or to Gitmo and stabilized them, smiled in their face, turned them right back around a week or two, and sent them back to Haiti. My hands exactly. My hands were tied.
Okay. So your military witnessing all this without
yes, sir.
Without any responsibility at all. You just have to sit back and just see all of this unfold without being able to assist.
Yes, sir. I was a sergeant. I was an E7, which is a high-ranking sergeant, and I'm a woman of color. I'm from your neighborhood. I grew up at 19th and Diamond. I'm from Philadelphia. I currently live in Iowa on a military assignment now. I'm going back to East next year.
19th and Diamond?
Yes, I grew up. Yes, I lived at 1920 West Diamond Street. I went to Duckery Elementary School back in the 70s. Then I went to Ben Selm High School. Yes, sir.
Get out of here! I bet you. I bet you. I've seen you around if you live that close, because we went to the same school together. But go ahead. That's area.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
So I was living in Cuba, and like I said, the division was always there. There's a protocol. I don't know what I witnessed last week. The protocol is if you're going to have a large campaign like that, there's other departments that are involved. There's INS, there's the military, there's a whole grocery list of things that needs to be done before entry to any country. If I'm going to their country and vice versa, there's a protocol. That was a farce. That was definitely a PSYOP. I worked with PSYOPs. I was civil affairs, which is public relations, and a nurse. I also just retired from Temple in the ER from Temple University Hospital and moved to Iowa. But and they did the same thing at Temple, not to get off this subject, but they would play division between the Puerto Ricans and the blacks. Also in Temple, the light-skinned, dark-skinned narrative, exactly. But I witnessed. Yes, sir.
So according to your expertise, what we witnessed last week with the Haitians was nothing more than what you would call a psychological operation using real people as props.
Agreed. Yes. Affirmative. Yes.
Now,
yes.
sister, hold up now. You're the second person, sister, that came on the phone who've invoked the word, who have used the word colorism, right? I believe it's about time. I believe it's about time eventually, because there's some scriptures on that we begin to have this conversation about the deeply rooted division that colorism poses in our community, and why, as a people, we perpetuate and continue in that divisive type of mentality and self-hatred. And we really need to get to the bottom of that.
Not to step on your words, but I think it also is rooted to the Willie Lynch syndrome, but it's being played not only in the United States, but globally as well. I mean, I witnessed it. I lived it. I'm a light-skinned woman of color, and they thought I was Hispanic, and I wasn't. So I was caught in the middle.
Sister, y'all kill me with that political term. I'm a light-skinned woman of color. Like, you done divided yourself up 4 ways. You sounded like a slogan.
I'm glad. Okay. I'm glad. How's that?
No, but what I'm saying in a nutshell, you black, whatever.
Yes.
It's like this.
But I'm saying in Esau's eyes, as far as division, in Esau's eyes, when I was there in a predominantly white organization, which is the military, that's where I fit in at. Yeah.
So, but I'm gonna have to have that conversation. Because
sure.
Because eventually we're going to have a broadcast on that, because the Bible says that he must bring Judah together first. He must align Judah together so that the tents of Ephraim does not magnify themselves against Judah. So it's talking about, it's talking about predominantly the darker skinned tribes. Judah, Benjamin, and Levi need extra help, or the other 10 tribes would absorb them. So that colorism just doesn't start with just the white man side of things. There's something to it.
No.
Yeah,
yes.
It's something to
it's
Judah.
Infighting. Yeah. It's infighting. No. What is it? No house can stand.
A nation divided against itself cannot stand. And let me tell you,
exactly.
Listen, I'm gonna be straight up. I've never had, maybe because, of course, I'm apparently dark black, right? But I've never I've never had any issue when it comes to being more attracted to dark skinned than light skinned. That have never been an issue, and that's less a man issue than it is a woman issue, I believe.
I think you're right.
I don't
have a preference as long as they're in the truth. That is, I do have a preference. They have to be in the truth, but they have to be from. Yeah, what I'm saying, that's a prerequisite.
I believe the colorism thing more so affected, even though it affected us all. I'm going to have a conversation on it because men really don't, me being a dark-skinned man, never really felt any certain type of way. Either way, you understand?
Yes, sir, I understand.
Yeah, but I know there's a difference between when you grow up, how you're treated if you're dark skin opposed to light skin, but all that. But as far as I view things,
oh, most definitely. I used to get beat up at Ducker and get chased home.
Okay, so a matter of fact, we're gonna have that next Wednesday. I'm gonna have some people on it. We're gonna start talking about that. We need to get in it so that we can overcome it. How the Most High divided.
Okay, I would love to call back and give a dialogue if that's permissible.
Okay, don't worry about it. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about, dark skin, light skin, how are you treated in this situation? What's the benefits? What is the hang-ups or whatever? And why can't we just agree with each other regardless or be satisfied in the skin we're in? And thank the Most High and be grateful.
Well said.
You understand?
Well said.
We're going to talk about
100%.
that next week. And usually it's because of something happening on the outside of us. Why we bring up this colorism thing. Well, this person, I may not be able to get a job because I felt certain type of way because of something happened on the outside of me or how this person viewed me. Listen, my father told me a long time ago. No person on this earth can fulfill the expectations of others. It's an impossibility. It's an impossibility.
I agree.
You're going to have someone that's going to love you the way you are, and you're going to have someone that's going to hate you the way you are. And that's just how it is. So the bottom line is
our relationship. The man.
No, it starts between our relationship between our personal relationship, and it's between us and the Most High first and how he views me. If I'm not breaking his law and I'm doing everything that's required by him and I'm approved of him, that's good enough. That confidence in of itself is going to have it where everyone around can appreciate and draw from that particular positive energy. And I'm going to be talking about that next Wednesday. But sister, I got to get to the next call, but I'm glad you touched on that.
Shalom, I appreciate it.
Listen, in two calls,
you so much. Yeah.
we had two sisters on two separate areas. One was on she was on Blog Talk at first. Sister Marie Francis came on, and this sister come on, and they both, out of nowhere, started talking about colorism. So I believe that that's a sister's view of things, but I'm going to hear that. I think that'll be a very interesting phone call of how colorism have impacted and divided the 12 tribes of Israel even more. Has colorism divided Israel? Is going to be our broadcast next Wednesday. Thank you, sister. Next call. Have colorism divided Israel?
352, you're live.
Shalom, Elder. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well.
Shalom, and Elder Fernell. So I just wanted to make two quick points because this is such a topic that hits home because I'm an immigrant from the Bahamas.
You're from the Bahamas,
and I've been around so many, originally, and I've been around Levi for so long growing up. But I agree with what Elder Fernell said about those Haitians that came to Texas, because it so happens that my brother-in-law is in the military in the Bahamas. He's in the defense force who protects the waters in the Bahamas. They just captured, I don't want to say captured, but they just took in over 1,500 Haitians that came on boats to the Bahamas. When Haitians leave Haiti, most of the time they come to the Bahamas because it's close, or come to Cuba to the Bahamas to get to the States. I've never heard Haitians coming from Haiti to Texas. There's some rich Haitians that pass the Bahamas to get all the way to Texas because that's not usually the way they come in. They come into the Bahamas and then they try to get to the States. Most of the time they can't get to the States, so they stay in the Bahamas. Unfortunately, we also, the Bahamas send them back. Most of them who come to the Bahamas, they risk their lives. These are the poorer Haitians coming in. They risk their lives coming in. They drown. Some of them drown coming in because the boats are so small. These are like 20-footer boats, and it's 300 of them on each boat. And they had 5 of those boats. So it was a lot of them that just came in this week. And then they process them, and most of the time get sent back. On the other side of that too, Elder, before I came into the truth, didn't know who they were, didn't know who I was. We, as Bahamians, discriminate against them. I'm going to be honest, because we think we're, the in the Caribbean, we have more. So in the Bahamas, we look down on them. And then, I learned who they were. And now that I'm in the truth, I would do anything for my brothers and sisters. And I respect them. They are the hardest working people you would ever find. And that's, being an immigrant in the United States, I always wondered when Americans say, send them back, they're taking our jobs. Which jobs are they actually taking? Because most of the jobs the Haitians, I'm just going to say on the Haitian side, do, most Americans don't want to do. All of Florida, if you look in the restaurants or the hospitals or hotel industry, the janitorial jobs are Haitians. If they take all the Haitians out, Florida would close down. So I'm still trying. I always try to figure out which jobs are they taking, because these are the jobs no one wants to do, and they work so hard. Oh my gosh, they stick together they stick together.
Yeah, very tribal.
Most Bahamians were like that.
Yeah, they're very tribal. They'll come together
tribal.
And you know what?
Next
thing you know, they'll have their own community.
Let me tell you.
Yeah, that's true. I wish Judah was like that.
My husband. I wish Bahamian Benjamin was like that. Because Leslie. When Leslie was a detective, so when Leslie got hired with Bank of America as an assistant manager, the manager had 2 persons that was interested in that position, and one was American and one was and Leslie. And she, a white American, she said to Leslie, I'm giving you this job over the other person because I know you're going to come here and work hard. And that was what she told him. That's how he got that job. Now, Leslie was a detective for over 10 years. I was in banking for over 10 years with the experience. I mean, I don't know how Leslie got the job, but he was a detective. That's not even his lane. And he was a detective. And because I guess he had experience with the FBI, CIA, and fraud and all that, they gave him that job. But the words out of her mouth was, I'm giving you this job because I know you're going to come here and do the job and work hard. So there is kind of a thing between Judah and most immigrants that we also have to address too, because this narrative that we're coming in taking these jobs is not always the case. And when Leslie was at that bank, his biggest customers were Haitians, and what they did, they would, let's say someone in Haiti wanted to come over to the States, and immigration required $100,000 to show in that bank account, you would have about 20 or 30 of them pool all their money together to put in a bank account to bring that person over.
Look at that.
That's how they stick together.
Yeah.
How they
Well, yeah, I'll tell you what, sister.
They work together.
Yeah, that's gonna come in handy in the wilderness with Levi. But this is what I like to say. But I wanted to before I segue, because I got to take the next call, and I think you always bring good.
Yes, sir.
Good conversation. I'll say this: it wasn't Christian-like with us thinking that we were better than Haitians, right? It's like there's a lot of hypocrisy growing up in Christianity where we can look down on our fellow man, right? And I'm just talking in general because I see how, you know, those in the Bahamas always seen the Haitians as less than. How, and I don't know where these narratives come from, where there's this divisive mentality to look down on another brother. It's inherent. It's something that's in us, right? And I believe that this truth, finding out that we're the children of Israel, have actually broken that level of, I would say, hypocritical Christianity that we were raised under, right? Because we talk about Christianity and loving each other, but where do we actually see that playing out real time in the earth? It wasn't until I found out that I was an Israelite that I realized that it was that love that the Most High talks about, what it really means, because I understood who to aim that towards as a people, knowing my people. That actually broke down the barriers of division that was between us, where one in the Bahamas may look at the Levi or the Haitians as less than, or black people in America may look at somebody in the islands as less than, or you coming over to take my jobs. I mean, how many of us are going to keep on fighting each other for servitude when none of us were meant to serve? It's like, you're right.
That's
so
it.
We were looking, I'm uppity. Look at us and look at them. It wasn't until we found the truth of Israel that we began to appreciate one another outside of the stereotypes that were made in the earth to divide us. So I'm glad you brought that up when you said, well, listen, I grew up a Christian, because we know you're Christian. We heard your story a lot of times. And even the people, and let me tell you, the whole Bahamas, when I came there, when I was at Nassau and went all over, the whole island is more Christian than any other place I've ever been in my life. And I'm talking about the Bahamas. Everybody's a Christian, right? I mean, long families since the cane fields are still there in the Bahamas. Christian from the rooter to the tutor. And I'll tell you this, it didn't stop people in the Bahamas from looking down on others. And that's inherently taught because in Christianity, unknowingly, believe it or not. It's a very divisive religion. Modern day European Christianity. But that falls in line with the colorism topic I'm going to be talking about. But let me get to the next call, okay, sis? Because I don't want to digress too far.
Thank you, sir. Shalom.
Shalom, and good hearing from you again. Oh yeah, Fresnel.
Yes, sir.
I'll be going into next Wednesday. Next Wednesday.
Con.
Has colorism divided the 12? How has colorism divided? How did colorism divide the 12 tribes of Israel? Or
that's a great topic.
Are Israelites divided through colorism? AC, get that and make sure you put that up for Wednesday. Are Israelites divided through colorism? Oh, what a topic.
That's a great topic.
Fresnel, because we got other people trying to claim and saying that all the 12 tribes are dark-skinned Negro or look Negroid from Africa. So I'm going to deal with it from that angle too. And I'm going to deal with it from every level. I can never understand colorism. Like I said, colorism more so affected, believe it or not, I believe women. As far as I can see, because I remember growing up, and I tell this story all the time. I was more so growing up. I was dark skinned. My family was dark skinned. I believe dark skin is normal, right? So I grew up naturally from the South, living in the North, attracted to dark skinned ladies. Growing up as a younger guy, right? But growing up, all the girls wanted at that time. The dark skinned girl was like and they wanted El DeBarge, or You got Elder. I'm like, yo, that's a girl. You know, we was playing around. I'm like, that guy got slick like I can't compete with that. You know, with the nice hair and the slick back. But the dark skinned girls wanted the light skinned guys. But to us, it was like, you know, it wasn't that big of a deal. It was the dark skinned girls wanting the light skinned guys. So I'm like, colorism is more so a female trait. So, you know, but it's deeper than that. There was a divide when Israel split as a nation. A divide. And when the 10 tribes left, they mingled themselves with the other nations, automatically separating us into 2 separate nations, where we would find our brothers later and our sisters later, thousands of years later, a lighter hue. And I'm going to talk about that. Right? Now, let me ask you this. Over there in Haiti, and I may have to bring you back. Colorism. Big time over there, bleaching and everything else, right?
Yeah, it's big in Haiti when it comes to.
Oh, they go Elder Gabar. Go ahead. I'm gonna let you in that. Then I'm gonna bring Elder Gabar, and I didn't see him.
Right. So yeah, I was just saying it's very big in Haiti as well when it comes to the mulattoes and the actual darker, which is the mass majority of Levite. So it's a big thing as well in Haiti. And I also wanted to say something too when it comes to, you know, and again, back to this whole thing being political as well, is according to scripture, they, even though, you know, of course, we do have the Mexicans, the Cuban, and so on and so forth. We may not know who we are, the Haitians, we may not know who we are, but at some level, what the system don't want is to let us go. Even though they're trying to push us away, they try to make the world seem like we don't need you. You're nothing. You're worthless. But let me read the scripture to precept that in Jeremiah 50 and 33.
Come on.
It says, thus saith the Most High of hosts, the children of Israel and the children of Judah were pressed together, and all that took them captives held them fast, and they refused to let them go. So they, even though they're pursuing that, but they still need us, because without us, it's done. The system, the whole country falls without us. So just wanted to bring that up.
So they'll pit us against one another just enough to cultivate and groom our children to continually serve them.
That's right.
Hey, but the Most High God, Ahia, has another plan. That's another thing I'm going to be going into this weekend. You got all these different groups out here going to come up with the name of the Most High. Well, this is his name, this is his name. And I'm going to go into that with Israelite doctrine. Because before we came out with a lesson called the true name of the Most High, breaking down where the Most High actually told Moses his actual name, I couldn't find a name of the Most High video anywhere. There was no YouTube videos on the name of the Most High anywhere, because everyone just took it on face value that his name was God, Jehovah, Yahweh, Yahweh, the Tetragrammaton. So there was no need to put out a video concerning his name. So I'm going to touch on that on Israelite doctrine also. And guess what? The Most High revealed his name to a Levite. So since we're talking about Haiti, Levi, we have to understand the respect the Most High had for Levi, to raise up a Levite by the name of Moses to help deliver our people, and to raise up Aaron as a priest and give him a priestly line, who are suffering not just in Africa, but on the island of Haiti. And why am I bringing that out there with the name of the Most High? That was given to Levi. And I'm going to tell you right now, this is why Satan want to continue to keep Levi under his power, because Levi has a special affinity towards the spiritual realm. And Satan would like to use that energy for himself. But I'm going to tell you this right now. Judah and Levi, like we are right here, Elder Fresnel, on this broadcast together, we are being pressed together. Esau has spent much coin and much time calculating on how to divide Judah and Levi. And guess what? We're here again. They can't stop this. They can't stop this. So as long as we pray together and don't turn on each other like the enemy would like, the Most High is going to glorify himself through his people. We just have to stick together. Guess what, folks? Things are going to get tougher. It's going to get harder and harder as the days draw near, as the kingdom draws near. It's going to get tougher. We are not to turn on one another. This is what the enemy expects. So when I'm on a phone call with those brothers and I'm speaking to them and saying, listen, it doesn't matter what goes down, brethren. If anything happened, know that I got your back. And I be telling brothers that, and brothers, they come back and say, Elder, listen, no, believe me, I will rush to have your back. And I'm like, no, we have each other's back. The Most High is pressing us back together for a time such as this. And they're expecting, the enemy is expecting us to fold and turn on each other as more people lose all they have in this earth. Okay? They expect people to turn and start pillaging one another. Nah, it's not going to happen with us. The Most High is going to show something different in the earth through this truth. Witness a phenomenon. Israelites forced into helping each other, actually helping one another through the Spirit of the Almighty. Witness this phenomenon. All right, let me bring in Elder Gabar with you real quick, if you don't mind. Hopefully, I just got this thing right, so hopefully it doesn't wig out when I bring more than one person on. Let me bring in Elder Gabar. Elder Gabar is in the house. Your mic isn't working. Please tell me your mic is going to work this time, Elder Gabar. Nope, it's not working. Okay. Oh, okay, I heard something.
Okay, let me try it again.
Okay, I can hear you there.
I can hear you.
I can hear you. No, whatever you did, you turned it off. It was working.
What about now, Elder?
It's working. Talk to me.
Outstanding. Okay, you're on. Finally, this thing that's demon. Have to get back on. So rebuke you in the name of Christ. All right. So, all praise the Elder. Thank you for having me on. I wanted to. It was funny because last show that you had on, I was trying to come on and had the same issues, and I think I told you what was the reason why I wanted to. I think I had two questions. I don't know if you remember. What did they tell you in Christianity? Right, that you didn't know when you became an Israelite, and that was Romans 13. That submit to the powers that be. I wish somebody would have told me it was that was talking about the church, not the government, right?
Exactly.
And so but I just wanted to just bring that out because I think that was profound. Because I remember even back in the days that my mother always was using that. Don't steal because Romans 13. Don't pay your taxes. Make sure you So it's although you should do all those things, pay your taxes and all that, rent with the Caesar. But that particular scripture was not applying to that scripture. So I wish somebody told me. But on the light of the conversation we had, you having tonight, I think that next show that you're going to have about colorism, I think is profound. Because I think even in the Black American experience, colorism has become a religion. And that if you do not look with my like my phenotype, you are a mixture or you are European blood. It's like you got the Black Power movement here in America, the conscious community and all that, right? All those, and they're all coming down little by little. But what I noticed is that the color, and if there's any, racial phenotype difference than your typical American black, you're not one of us, right? And if you're a little lighter, okay, you're a product of rape. You're a product of your blood being tainted by outsiders.
Yeah.
But within the children of Israel, we had all kinds of color.
Yeah.
You understand? And it sometimes, as an Afro-Latino, it makes, at least is as if everything else is like the only two race that happen in history or matter in history is black or white. It's like everybody else doesn't exist. The Chinese were black. The Arabs were, if any light-skinned Arab, that's a white invasion. Dark skin, okay, see, that's the original color. It's like colorism has become like nothing in between could be natural. Brown, which is and it's funny because the color brown is the most common color in the human race. You understand? So it's like we are a mixture of either we're brown, you're a mix of white and black. The white and black are the only pure race. Everybody else is a mix.
Yeah. It's.
But God had the ability to bring different phenotypes, different beautiful complexion.
Yeah.
Be pure in your blood. So I think that's gonna be a timely show next week, and also not only dealing with colorism, I think we have to also deal with cultural differences. Sit down with a Nigerian. They think different from African Americans, and they're the same tribe. Sit down with a second generation Afro-Latino or Hispanic from a Afro-Latino that was born and raised in the Caribbean, or a Jamaican versus an American. We lose a lot of our culture by the second or third generation. That there is sometimes, different little, we have to talk about these things, because I think it would be foolish to just ignore them and not discuss them, because it does spill over. It's like the big elephant in the room nobody's talking about within the tribe of Israel that we have to discuss. So I think next week I'm going to make sure I clear my schedule. I'm sorry, I know you were trying to call me earlier. I wasn't a constant, so I apologize for that.
You know what? This is what I want your take on real quick. Right? Hold on. This is what I want your take on, Elder.
Yeah.
Hold on. 1 second. Usually I have these conversations offline, right?
Yeah.
Where I ask your opinion on something going on political or otherwise, right? Real quick, because I think that's going to be a segue to another broadcast. Man, don't you know everyone and their cousin is hitting me up right now to get up on this broadcast? I only have, let me tell you, I only have one broadcast at a time, people. Lord have mercy.
Well, yeah, one topic at a time, right?
Listen, your rock hit me. Gabar just hit on a topic I have an issue with as well.
Let's talk about it.
Sometimes we just got to sit around and just talk and have our discussion. Right. One thing that I want to mention real quick, because what I try to do is see the story within the story, which is something I love when it comes to our commentary on regular news during the Hebrew and Bible Academy. It allows us to look into the reason for the story, not the story in of itself, right?
Right.
Because usually when it comes to media, mainstream media or free press, there's not one story that's ran that's not that is without an agenda. Right? So I like to see the agenda behind the story, not the story in of itself, because some of this stuff they put out here isn't news to me at all, right?
Right.
So what I touched on is the R. Kelly thing, right? How all of a sudden R. Kelly, for the first time in history, and I like to look at things, it's not R. Kelly on trial. I like to see that as a black man on trial. And the reason why, because when I look at Woody Allen, who adopted a little Chinese girl and ended up marrying her. That wasn't just bringing some little girl over state lines. That was over country lines. She was a refugee child he adopted and married. He's Jewish and married a kid that became his wife, a little girl.
Mm-hmm.
But no one charged him with RICO laws.
Yeah.
Elvis, when he dealt with that young girl and ended up marrying her.
Yeah.
Well, Priscilla, the one that's, she became like the first lady of rock and roll, married to the quote unquote king.
Yeah.
She had a baby by him, was celebrated, but when he originally met her, she was 15 years of age. And no one said that was a RICO law where it was him racketeering, dealing with a young girl. Now, am I excusing R. Kelly? No. What I'm saying is, if we're going to deal with racketeering or something that comes with the abuse of young children on a conspiratorial, from a conspiratorial standpoint, Elder Gabar, because if you're going to deal with racketeering, that means, that implies, and you, Fernell also, that implies what? That implies a conspiracy. If you're racketeering, you need a lot of people to do all that, right? Now, I want your opinion on this, because I wonder why there was no RICO laws or racketeering on this story from Canada. Vancouver Island. Thousands march for the Pinnacle tribe following discovery of unmarked graves. A sea of orange shirts flowed through the streets on Monday in support of the Pinnacle tribe following last month's revelation that 150 unmarked graves were discovered at the former Cooper Island Industry School site in Pinnacle Island. About 3,000 residential school survivors, First Nation community members, and supporters marched in solidarity with the tribe. Now, this is the tribe of Gad, who over 150 children were dealt with or were abused through some type of a ritual and buried under a mass grave. But no court anywhere came together and claimed conspiracy or racketeering, and there's no investigation on this particular story, while a black man is being hung through the court of public opinion for racketeering. So I'm not for R. Kelly. Anything he did privately, that's his business. But I know when they put something in law, it's not about an individual. It sets a precedent to go against a black man, is the point. Unjustly. Something is on the books now that can totally begin to just come after our young boys.
Yeah.
So I just wanted your opinion on that, because you wasn't in earlier.
Yeah.
And then after that.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Yes. I think shout out to my ex-boys, Chris Jackson. I used to work with him in private correction, and I worked with him for like almost 8 years. And he told me something that stuck with me. He told me, Carlos, understand this. And then he was kind of the one that introduced me to the political work, because we had to go to Albany to make sure that we get our contract and the budget. He told me, black people in America cannot bounce back the same way as our European counterpart can bounce back with controversial. So you have to make sure that your thing is clean, your background, make sure that, all your dots, all your T's are crossed and your dots are, I is dotted.
Yeah.
And you got to
straight line.
Yeah.
You got to walk a straight line.
Exactly. Or at least a straighter line. If you're going to go a little crooked, don't go too far, because we can't bounce back from controversy the same way as European can bounce back.
That's a good point.
And he said, there's two kinds of people in this world. And his ability to try to, just from his experience in the politics world, you have people that try to spend their life, try to bring equality within those two double standards.
Yeah.
Like, getting involved politically and trying to change laws. And you have other people that realize the game and play the game correctly. If you're a black man, Hispanic man, and you are of some level of success, there's certain things you cannot bounce from. And from when I look at R. Kelly, I think he was a brother that he enjoyed women. He enjoyed young women, regardless whether they're underage or overage. He enjoyed young. I mean, him being in his 50s, I think, he had two girlfriends, they're in their 20s.
Yeah.
And they were open to his girlfriend. It was not, they were of age, and that's okay. I'm not, But I think people of color, we have to understand that when we live on a level of success, we could have two routes. We could go into try to challenge the inequality in regards of when you're successful and things you could get away with versus if you're successful and you're Europeans and things that person could get away with. Or play the game and understand that, when you out there and you're a man of color, they're gonna come for you because it's like this whole situation. Because I'm looking at this, there was a gentleman who was in the trial, and I year after this, that said that there was a time that I guess R. Kelly, they were dealing with a woman. She was a singer, and she was like 17 and 9 months. 17 years old and 9 months. First of all, somebody dropped the ball because they should have checked ID, make sure it's valid. But he sent them back to the mom, and the mom got the daughter emasculated, or when you're underage and you go to court and you prove to a judge that your daughter is, or your son or your child is an adult, they could make their own decision, and there's like a paper.
Yeah,
and then once you get that,
emancipated.
And then she sent them back with that paper.
Yeah.
And the mother presented about almost 42 business opportunity to R. Kelly. So clearly the mother was an opportunist.
Yeah.
And probably using her daughter, right?
Yeah.
And that's been the proof, the rumors going around for those that are R. Kelly supporters. I'm not agreeing or disagreeing. I'm just saying that's what's out there in the ethers.
Yeah, but
let's say that is the case.
Yeah, but here's the record. Go ahead. Go ahead. You
Yeah,
get to finish.
this is the problem. A black man cannot live or move that close to the edge.
Yeah.
And that's the problem that we have to. He could not live that close to the edge. He's dealing with 17 and a half, almost 18. Dude, you 50 years old. Let it go.
Yeah. Yeah.
But what can a 30-year-old woman not do with a 20-something-year-old woman or a 19-year-old woman?
Yeah.
So I think he there's an issue there that he has to address, regardless of whether he's a pedophile or not. He put himself in that position because the powers that be would not have something on you if you did not have something on you.
Yeah.
With that.
Yeah, and listen, like I said, there's no excuse. He chose the life he lived, and now you have to pay the piper. No pun intended. Listen. No pun intended, right? Yeah, but let me say this. Let me say this real quick.
Yeah.
What I feel more so than anything is I'll pray for the brother because I don't know, based on what's out there with him as far as his mind is concerned. I don't know if he's going to survive behind bars with everything. And especially when it comes to his royalties and the people who own his royalties and all that. I just pray for the brother's safety at this point. But all in all, like you said, there's a double standard. We can't do what Esau does in this system. Mm-hmm. And really it comes down to following the Most High's law. I don't know too many people in this earth who haven't heard the fact that we are the Israelites, who haven't heard it at least once.
Yeah.
Right? So there's not a basketball player, a football player, there's not anyone in the entertainment business, there's not anyone with a computer who hasn't heard, if you are a black man, that you are an Israelite.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? So I know brothers and sisters have heard some level of the truth, and I believe that that line is being drawn in the middle, Elder Gabar. And if people are continuing, if they continue to walk that line and don't come back to the Most High, Satan is grabbing his for keeps. If you're in the middle, he's snatching you.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because the Most High, his vibration is pulling his people over. And Satan, one day at a time, is losing. He's losing steam in this kingdom.
Mm-hmm.
So anybody out there that's dealing in the middle and think that this system isn't going to totally pull the rug right from under you at the end of it. And I'm speaking of people, whether you're a star basketball player or a singer, at the end of the day, what singer or entertainer that was held up at one point wasn't actually tore down before their career was over? I can't name one. Michael Jackson, Prince, on and on and on. Jimi Hendrix. Okay. So, hey, all I can say is, brothers and sisters out there, if anything, I pray for the brother, but it's a sign to those that are out there in that world. You know what's in that world.
Yeah.
They're going to have to make a choice, Elder Gabar. They're going to have to walk away.
That's true. Because I'm trying to think, even in my era, artists that, people of color that still got their money. You got like the Rolling Stones, you got the Beatles. They got money up to the wazoo. They're still successful in their age. But all outrage went down. The Michael Jackson, the Prince, the James Brown. I think he got caught up with some mess at the end of his career with some, you name it. I mean, you still got, within the rap industry, the Jay-Z and the what's the other brother from California, Dr. Dre. They still successful and they kind of still stay out of trouble, whatever, or what have you. But I think it's a discipline that you have to have when you're in that level of success.
Yeah.
That these guys don't understand it. And then I think if you surround yourself with a bunch of yes men all over the place, you could end up saying, I could have a little harem of women, because that's what he was setting up. He was setting up a little play toy scenario of young women that he could have a good time with. And, and he probably thought, like I wanted to mention earlier, like Hugh Hefner, the Playboy guy. This dude was twice the age of R. Kelly. He was like in his 60s, and he had 20-year-olds, literally. He said, after 20, you're too old for me.
No, you can't.
No one ever said your question is
Now, listen, only Esau is cool hanging around with. Listen, only Hugh Hefner can do that. Esau can break the rules, okay?
Right.
Because why? The earth is given into the hand of the wicked, and it's his world right now.
Right.
Hugh Hefner, R. Kelly can't do. Any man can't do what Hugh Hefner does. And get away with it. But all in all, I pray for the brothers and sisters who've gone through things in that circle, including the sisters, if they were hurt through it. I pray that they're delivered through it.
Yeah.
And I pray that brother make it in incarceration, because usually when it comes down to someone with almost $1 billion catalog, who and don't forget, after all of this, R. Kelly was asking about royalties. Where is his money? And all of a sudden, these charges pop back up. So I'm just praying that whatever he worked on, that his children, his prodigy, his legacy, his children get a chance to benefit from their father's talent.
Yeah.
Regardless of what he did personally, the works of his hands and everything he made belongs to his children. And I believe that's where the mentality should shift now. It should shift towards, okay, justice was done if you believe he did it. But his children, no corporation should be running with the bag. It should be focused on making sure that his children receive every dime that belongs to the songs he created. And that's where the focus should be shifted now. That his children are better off because their father had talent and blessed the world with great music. that should go to his children. A just weight for a just measure. So if anyone is talking about justice for those that are underage and those who need support, well, justice was done, right? So if you're thinking about the kids, what about his children? Should they suffer because of what he did? Or should we find out where that money is and make sure that his children receive those royalties? So that's if you really care about young people.
Yeah.
So I'm going to leave that there. But we're going to take a few calls. Elder Gabar, I'll give you the last take before I take a few more calls.
Absolutely. And I'll end with this. No disrespect to mothers. But fathers, if you have a daughter, buy your hip, man. I'm telling you, it's and women, sisters, you have to allow fathers to be fathers.
Yeah.
Because this is the time. Because because when you hear the story of what's going to happen with R. Kelly, it was always the mothers involved. And it's my daughter. She wants to be an artist, and she could sing. Can she? You hear her sing and sometimes a man will know certain things. Nah, she's not going there by herself.
Yeah.
Nah. So women, sometimes you have to allow these men, regardless whether they're in your life or you guys broke up, use these men to raise the children. Don't let your personal situation to not have some form of teamwork when it comes to raising your children, especially when you have daughters. And I yield with that.
Thank you, Elder. That's a great point, man. And it's like, I remember, man, things have changed, man. When I grew up going to a prom or something, I couldn't go to a prom without a chaperone. A chaperone was there. Things are a lot different now, but I digress. All right. Let's get about 2 or 3 more phone calls. Elder Ramar. And I still have Elder.
You're live.
Yeah, I still have Elder Fernell on the line too.
404, you're live.
You're live.
Shalom, Elder. How you doing? This brother Judah Cypher from the Atlanta Body. How y'all doing, brothers?
You from where?
I'm from the Atlanta Body. Can you hear me?
Talk to me, my brother.
Yes, sir. Just a few things. Excuse me. I spoke with Elder Gabar the other day. I didn't actually speak to him. I sent him a text, I think, to ask you about, the Patreon channel, because I've subscribed for the year, and I wasn't able to get on. I got to have my my channels and stuff while I'm out here on this road like this. So that's all I was calling about. You brothers are always on point. I love the messages, and we just take it one day at a time. I'm just soaking the information up like a sponge, so I love it. But yeah, that's all I wanted to talk to you all about.
Thank you. Well, don't worry about it. Send me an email. Send an email to goccSouth@yahoo.com, and I'll get Lawyer to make sure we text the information to AC and fix your Patreon issue. Okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to say this. See, we're talking about Levi, right? But the reason why I like to talk about current events, including what's ever in the news, like when Bill Cosby was convicted, and I talked about that, and people were saying, what's going on? You're defending this man. And I'm like, listen, even back then, I'm like, listen, y'all don't understand. When a black man is on trial, you have to be a black man to understand. All black men are on trial. That's what y'all don't understand. When one black man and you have a trial of the century or a trial that's highlighted, it's not about that person. It's not about that person. No one agrees with R. Kelly's lifestyle. But young women in particular, you need to think about this if you have sons. In the dating environment right now, where people are just hooking up and doing what they want to do, if your son hook up with some young girls and they get mad and upset that the relationship didn't work out, and two of them come together from two separate states, they now have the case law in place to charge your son with racketeering. So this have nothing to do with what happened with Aaliyah and R. Kelly. It's what's on the books to hang black men now. So we need to think beyond our feelings and understand when I'm talking about something, it's not because I personally like anybody. It's about I understand how Esau uses his law. They put something on the books now that trumps regular criminal law. And if they can't get you regular through the regular way, they can get you this way now. And just find 2 or 3 people who had a bad experience with you. And guess what? Under today's dating environment, it's not too hard to find some people in the past who might not like you if they're no longer with you. So that's the point. We have to use our wisdom and understand how Esau think, being the cunning hunter. It's like we as black men have to maneuver around all of these laws they try to make to stick something on us or to try to criminalize us just breathing. So that's why I bring up these points so that there's certain things we can look into that you haven't thought about. This ain't about R. Kelly. It's what's on the books for them to come after your sons. Let's get the next call.
$502, you're live. 502, you're live.
And then also, it's like Elder Gabar said, where's the accountability when it comes to these parents who would allow their kids around? This is deeply seated. This hits in areas of the community that we've been ignoring for years.
Mm-hmm.
How does Aaliyah's mother own 13% of I Believe I Can Fly without writing a song? So y'all got to think about this. Who was putting these relationships together, folks? So something is going on in our community where it's okay for business in certain circles to give over our children to the beast.
Mm-hmm.
See, and that's the unspoken conversation in all this. What is this circle that can happen for over decades and decades where parents are okay hooking up their children with grown men? But I know what it is. The Bible talks about it in the Old Testament. It's talking about passing our children through the fire to Moloch.
Mm-hmm.
Giving our children over to the beast for success. That's a ritual. So if we're going to open up the can of worms, let's open it all the way up. Not just with one guy who was illiterate, but had a gift from the Most High to be able to make music. Let's open it all the way up. Who insulated him? Who kept him insulated to milk him like a cow? Who ushered all these people to him? Who benefited from him? And you're going to find out this is all ritualistic. It's Old Testament child sacrifice to Moloch, underage children. But he wasn't savvy enough to be able to operate in that circle. So when it's time to burn him, they burned him.
Mm-hmm.
They tied the noose to him and he took the blame for it all. But all in all, folks, that world, that music world is ritualistic. And you think they care about children? That's the point. We as a people have to start looking out for our children. Okay, who's fueling the people who R. Kelly ran into? Or do you think it stopped because R. Kelly was arrested? A matter of fact, Elder Gabar.
Yes, sir.
They got the ringleader, molestation, and all that have come to an end. There's no more child trafficking, no more sex trafficking because they got the head guy. It's all over. All children are safe now, and we can sleep better. If that's what you want to believe.
Mm-hmm. My brother who works in ICE, he said the top two cases is child trafficking, or trafficking of women, prostitution, and also he also dealt with racial groups and tension, dealing with extremism. And that's the top two reports that he gets within his unit. They get other stuff, but that's the thing that happened again. So trafficking of children, of women, and all that is the oldest profession. Has not died down. They've gotten more sophisticated. It is a well-oiled machine, because what people need to understand, that people that deal with that type of spirit, they cannot help themselves. It's in the same way as a heterosexual man is attracted to a heterosexual woman. They are attracted to these children. Mm-hmm. The same thing. So imagine yourself living your whole life depressing those feelings, right? That strong feelings in the same way. Okay, you cannot touch a woman. You cannot be a woman with a woman. Excuse me. So it's a strong feeling. So, and they get together, these pedophiles. Yeah. And they work network together, and they have a unit of working together. And you also have people that are not necessarily pedophiles or deal with the trafficking, but they or themselves, but they benefited from it. They know it's money in it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's a crime range. So don't think it's an isolated situation.
Oh no, Elder. Yeah. They got the head guy.
So that's it. It's over, right? It's over.
Yeah, all the children are safe now. They got the head guy. Well, it so happened that the black man is the face of child trafficking and racketeering now.
I thought it was Epstein. I guess not anymore, right? that was us.
No, he done took Epstein off the table. But anyway, let's get to the next call. Thank you, others. And we can answer the next calls together, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir.
Next call.
503, you're live.
Shalom, how you doing, sister?
Shalom. I am fine. I have a comment and a question. My comment is about, I've seen something today, and I screenshotted it because stuff be disappearing, and it had to do with the juice, and they're putting it's an advertisement that they're putting out on trucks, where it says if you don't have the juice, and then they have a funeral home listed at the bottom, and they said it's a fake funeral home, but when you go to the website on the truck, and this is in Charlotte, it takes you to where you can get the juice. It gives you options to get the juice. Okay. I wanted to put that out there because they're doing it. It's like a scare tactic.
Okay. All right. Hope it works out. Let's see how it works out for them. What else we got? What else you have?
The question I have with the Hebrew Bible Academy, me and my husband want to get into it. Are we allowed to take the classes together?
Yeah, well, if you're in the same home, as you'll only get one set of literature, right?
Okay. But it's deep. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah. Understand you'll only get one set of literature, but keep in mind we usually do it because sometimes we've had it where what happens is sometimes husbands and wives wanted to have it separate because why? They want to have their own stuff. Sometimes they just want to. They suggest, no, I need stuff sent to my email. I can't wait for him or vice versa. So if one person in the household enroll, only one set of literature is sent. Okay? As long as there's no group things and all that happening, listen, you just get one set of information sent to you. You got it?
Okay, I just wanted to be on that. I appreciate you taking my call, brother.
Anytime. You got some noise going there.
I want to give a shout out to you. Shout out. My name is Dwayne Miller.
Who? Let me get your name. Let me get your name again, brother.
Brother Dwayne Miller.
Bless you, brother. Where you from?
Out here in Louisville, Kentucky. Officer Sawak.
Officer of who?
Sawak. Louisville, Kentucky.
Bless you,
yes,
my
sir.
brother.
Louisville, Kentucky body. Bless you too, Elder. Bless you.
So you and your wife is in it. That's a blessing, my brother.
Yeah, because the truth has set us free, basically. And we want to thank you guys for always being there for us. We pray for you. All praise is due to the Most High. And we've been out of the whatever you call it. I don't want to call it contemporary church, but we've been out of the Baptist church going on 5-6 years now, and following the truth. And we just linked up with the Kentucky body, which was actually coming from Cincinnati. They went from Cincinnati to here in Louisville, so we just linked up with them. Now we're going through the baptism class and everything. And so everything is a blessing.
Praise the Most
High. Set us free, so we rolling like soldiers. Thank you so much.
Brother, it's nothing like seeing a husband and wife in the truth together, going strong, man. Bless your family, brother. That's so good to hear.
Thank you, Elder. God bless you.
Thank you. Man, hey, Elder Gabar. Put it on hold real quick for me. Man, you wouldn't believe this, Elder Gabar.
Shoot, Elder.
Man, there's some noise in the background. You got your mic turned up? Yeah. All right, here it is.
Yeah.
Man, let me tell you, we talking about Levites, right?
Mm-hmm.
And look what someone just sent me, man. I mean, I thank the Most High. My family out there is always sending me some good stuff. I need you to check this out, Elder Gabar. Elder Gabar. You're not gonna believe this. Elder Fresnel, you with me? Elder Fresnel.
Yes, sir. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're not gonna believe this, man. I need y'all to check this out.
All right.
Check this out. Tell me the enemy don't speak in code. Tell me the enemy doesn't speak in code. Homeland Security. How many Levites the Most High say must be saved when it comes to Revelation 7, Elder Fresnel? How many is the angel marking from Levi?
We need 144,000 altogether. So,
but yeah, how many from Levi?
12,000.
How many? 12,000. Look what it says in the news. Mayor Kos admits over 12,000 Haitian migrants have been released into U.S.
Now we got to mark them, Elder. That's a sign.
A big sign.
His name by itself looked like it says Mark. It's Mayor Kos, but when you look at it, it's like Mark. Mayark. Mayorkas admits over 12,000 Haitian migrants have been released into the U.S. Look at that. Homeland Security admits shocking figures. September 26th. Look.
Yeah, and Elder, I think this is going to backfire on them because I think this is only going to do increase the prophecy or move forward the prophecy that the children of Israel will become like the sand of the sea, but only a remnant will be saved. We're going to become the majority in this country. This continues.
Yeah.
They're allowing all these people, and eventually those people are going to have babies. They're going to find wives. They're going to have babies, and there's going to be more Levites, more Issacharites, right? And they probably saying, okay, their plan is to do something, okay, maybe replace the employment force. But those people are going to get baptized under the Gathering Christ Church.
Yeah, I can see it.
You know what
it's coming.
They just giving us more ammunition, more people to teach the word.
Yeah.
And you know, Israel, man, we multiply. We don't die. You know, so I think it's going to backfire. Whatever plan they're doing, they're going to be like, you know, look at all these Negroes, Puerto Rico Negroes, Haitian Negroes, Jamaican Negroes, Mexican Negroes. We got all these Negroes here, right? And we're gonna, so I think whatever plan they're doing, I think they're going to be bringing more of these immigrants, aka children of Israel, into the opportunity to hear the gospel, and they're going to still have a connection with their own country. They could go back and preach the gospel to their own country, because they're going to realize Babylon is fallen.
Man, I'll tell you, man. I'll tell you this right now, Elder Gabar. It never ceased to amaze me. Now they're putting out cryptic 12,000 Haitians, which we know are Levi. But hey, they can come on in if they want, because the truth is here. All right. Let's get about one more call, and then I'm so happy. I'm gonna bring in more elders next week, man. I'm just so glad y'all came on. Of course, I can't talk about the Levites without bringing in our resident elder Fresnel, who's been in this truth since the beginning, man. And your testimony during that 12-year journey, both of y'all testimony, man, almost brought me to tears.
Right.
I mean, but I couldn't hold it back when I heard not just y'all two, but Gaja, with everything he's gone through from the beginning, being an atheist, hating the Bible, and all he went through to hear him, and just everyone, man. It's like, what a journey, man. And don't forget, man, I think this journey has just begun, man. I think this is just the beginning.
Amen. Amen.
All right, let's take one more call. Let's do it.
631, you're live.
Shalom, elders. Brother Emmanuel from NYC.
Hey, what's going on? I'm the Walla.
Yeah, shalom, Elder Gabar. Shalom, Elder Lawyer. I really had a comment regarding the topic for tonight, given the fact that I actually used to live in Haiti.
Okay.
And it is pretty intense to see what's going on over there. But everything Elder Fresnel has said is actually on point. And the comment that I had was that it is actually very true that in the capital, that's where everything happened, all the violence. It's really from the capital. And I have two family members that are actually still in Haiti. One of them is my cousin. And when I talk to her, she usually tells me how bad it is in the capital. It's to a point where actually you could be sitting in your backyard and you could hear people trying to break into your own house. And then you have to go lock yourself in the room. And when I ask her about, because we do have a house also in Haiti, and it's not to brag about it, but praise the Most High, when I used to live over there, the house was like a fortress. It was almost like a mansion. And she has told me, because I used to live over there, Elder, it was amazing, because when I was a child, I came here when I was 12, but I remember there were days living in Haiti, I used to literally spend all day eating fruit. I'm talking about mango, almonds, pineapple, and those were fruits that just grow in the backyard. And when I asked her about those, she told me none of those fruits actually can grow now, because apparently they're having so much stuff spraying in the air that the land does not produce anything anymore. So the Haitians have to go to the neighbors. Yes, they have to go to DR to get merchandise to bring it back to the country. And when they go to DR, they usually get mistreated, and they usually send them back, or sometimes they will spend a day at the borders, and the fruits will go bad. And my comment is really, it's almost the same thing, but it's to actually, a lot of people don't understand how Haiti goes. The capital, which is Port-au-Prince, 99% is all violence. But when you leave the capital and you go into the country,
okay,
it is way much better out there. But the only thing is, because my father lives in the country and he's a doctor, and the only thing in the country is that it's nothing but 99% of the people over there are straight voodoo priests. I'm talking about you walking past a house, they tell you don't even look at it, because they have blood on the wall, and they will have like a red flag in front of the house, giving you warning not to be around the house at night. It's to a point where I remember as a child, I used to hear stories about living in the country. They would say at night, if you hear drums at night and you don't see anybody and the drums is getting closer to you, you need to run if you're in the country. Because if the drum get to a point, don't hear it no more, you have been taken. You're dead. So the country has a lot of good stuff in it as far as like agriculture, because that's where everything grows, but they cannot get it to the capital because there is no road, and then there's straight voodoo. So the people they are really stuck between two rocks. The capital, where there's jobs, they can't really get jobs because of the violence, and when they try to leave the capital to go into the country, they are stuck with, people practicing voodooism, and they cannot go back and forth because a lack of roads. And that's really what I wanted to say about that.
Well, brother, I'm glad you called in, because you're going to have to definitely get with our Levi committee, because not only are we doing African initiatives, our people in Puerto Rico, I want to go visit Puerto Rico this winter. You have to go with me, Elder Gabar.
Absolutely.
When it get cold, we're going to Puerto Rico.
Yeah. Doing the work, not occasion.
All right. But all in all, we definitely need. I have to go back to Bahamas, because the last time I went to Nassau, I had to come back because of Brother Azariah was sick. So I had to fly out the next day. I have to go back to Nassau and speak to the brothers there in Bahamas. And we have to do our journeys and, rent us a nice little van, Elder, and just let's hit state to state. Hit the street for a second, go out and teach, and then go into a building and do some prophesying there with the congregation.
Mm-hmm.
And a tour and make our way and just do what we can to build some substance for our brothers and leave our Haitian brothers, because I'll tell you, once we convert those brothers, it doesn't matter what they were dealing with. We all were dealing in darkness before the truth.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna tell you, but something is spiritual about Levi, man. If we can have them use that power on the side of Christ,
on righteousness,
man, I believe there's nothing we can't achieve. Everyone has a specific gift. Judah, we have our gift at the lion. We use our stature and our voice to wake the whole nation up throughout the four corners of the earth. The Most High gave us that presence, that presence to be able to influence and awaken and work with our brothers and sisters. And it says, and I'm glad I have y'all here together. I don't think it's a coincidence, where the Bible tell you in Genesis 49, when our father Jacob spoke to us on his deathbed, he says, Levi and Simeon are brethren. Mm-hmm. But it says, but instruments of cruelty is in their habitation. And here it is. We got Levi and Simeon right before us as elders over the church together, not divided.
Oh, praise. Because I always thought that, like, if we started ministry in the island of Española, which is shared by the Levites and the Simeonites, I would love to have a Simeon and a Levi working together, uniting those two countries, huh?
Yeah.
Going back and forth.
Yeah, man.
They see a Dominican being friends with a Levi. The Levi see a Levi being friends with a Dominican. You understand? They see that unity, that, okay, they're going to teach us how to be united, because there is a division within those two countries. And there's a lot of back and forth and so forth, so on, in regards of, culture, language, and all that. We need two men, a Levi and a Simeon. I don't know, maybe this is the elder for now. I don't know, maybe this is a sign. Me and you are Levi and Simeon. I don't know, maybe we have to take we're looking for people, and we hit. Like, listen, I gave you the two people.
Let's take a trip out there.
Brother, you two are the ones, I'm telling you. And on top of that, Judah established some of the organization, the governmental structure, the platform y'all can actually operate on. We all work together. And let me tell you, there's no way I could have done this, and this church could have done what it has without you brothers. This is showing the power in the church of the Gathering of Christ Church in of itself, to show when the 12 tribes work together.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just on our level. I believe the Most High is going to use this well beyond the level we're on right now to do a great work.
Absolutely.
So,
because the young people are not really stuck or dealing stuck on the prejudice that our forefathers were stuck up, or our grandmother or grandfather. The young people, they don't look into color this thing. I think this is like maybe you and I, Elder, this is we're like the last generation that dealt with that colorism situation. But I think the young people, they don't care, man.
Yeah, man.
They don't get caught up with that. They just hanging out with each other.
Yeah, man.
And so we gotta, but they don't have direction. And when they don't have direction, somebody will shine something shiny in their eye, and they'll go follow that. So we have to shine something in their eye.
And this is what I want to do, man, because when this ministry first started, it just wasn't about just hitting the street and telling the truth, because that's a gimme.
Mm-hmm.
But we have to make sure that we incorporate in this ministry like Priscilla and Aquila was with Paul. We have to establish where if we out there, that we're not just teaching. That we have some potato soup, we have some onion soup, we have some nice bread, we got bread, soup, some water, and if there's some brothers and sisters walking by who need a meal, how can they be fed something spiritual when their stomachs is hitting their backs? So what we have to do is we have to make sure that we're out there bringing them the word, but we have soup, bread, and we're there just feeding the brothers and sisters. And even if they don't even hear the word, they know that, you know what, someone cared today. Someone shared and helped them with substance to get through another day. And it's time for us to bring this ministry in the forefront, just like that, with not just bringing the truth, but making sure our people out there that, man, when I used to come speak, let me tell you, on 9th and Market, before the audience began, brother, elders, and elder lawyer can attest for this. It's be like 4 or 5 people who are homeless waiting for us to get there before we got there. But they just wanted the truth. But I'm like, listen, I know these brothers are homeless, so I'll make sure I give them money. And then we made it where, no more just us teaching. Let's get some teapots out there. Let's get something out there. Let's get some bread, water, some soup. And guess what? The Gathering of Christ Church was made on that spirit of charity. And it's time for us to extend that, knowing that jobs going to be lost, people are going to be suffering, and the Most High is going to have this church, all of you elders, that's what we're here for, as the refuge.
Amen. And it will also show a sign of strength.
Yeah.
We going out and giving out and contributing to the people. And it's also biblical, because Christ in the scriptures says, always remember the poor. Don't forget the poor.
That's right.
So absolutely. I think it will show us strength and that we actually do care, because we have to show our faith through our works.
Well, elders, it's been a beautiful night. It's time to digress, and I'm going to be bringing in elders from all over the place, popping in. You know what I mean? Some other elders wanted to call in and give their journey or their testimony because they didn't have the opportunity to do it during a 12-year journey. So I'll probably open it up a couple of weeks down the line where y'all can call in who didn't. You elders, I was letting everybody in, but everyone, I want to give everyone an opportunity to give their testimony from overseas that are overseas and come on in. So I'm going to be opening the lines for that too. All right.
Amen.
Well, Elder Fernell, I know you got your family back there. Thank you for carving out some time for us this evening. And of course, my Simeonite brother from another mother.
Shalom, Elder.
Elder Gabar.
Anytime, Elder. Anytime.
Y'all have a great night, and may the Most High be with you all. And I'm going to end this broadcast with a song that we've done called Brotherly Love, My Brothers. Shalom.
All praises. Shalom.
Shalom.
Shalom. And thank you, Elder Lawyer, for the beginning part of the program, sharing with us. And I thank you all for sticking it out. I mean, we still 2,000 and upward, almost 11 o'clock. So that continued support. And brothers and sisters, I appreciate you all. I pray for your safety, and never and try not to have the news and what's going on in the world influence you against your better judgment. Filter everything you're hearing through the word of God and make a conscious choice to serve and depend on him first over the inundation, over the pressure. And how you know the pressure in this world is not of the Most High? The Most High wouldn't put no pressure on you to say do this, or you're not going to be able to take care of your family, or you will lose your livelihood. That in of itself tell you that the pressure that's from this world is coming from the devil. And if you break, that's a lack of faith right out. Trust in the Most High. Stand on his power and believe in his word, and you will be delivered. With that, let's end this with one of my favorite songs, Brotherly Love. You all have a good night. Have a good night. And you know what? I know Babylon is falling. I know that Babylon is going down in a blaze of fire. But tomorrow have enough evils in of itself, brothers and sisters. Find reasons to be grateful and find reasons to appreciate today. There's nothing wrong with smiling. Each day that's passed, folks, brings us one day closer to our kingdom. Just remember that. Brotherly love.
We've been through so much pain. Life took us separate ways. Both did some hurtful things, but it's not over.
It's not over.
You know that we both care. So can we forgive and forget? I need you here.
Come on.
Remember the ups and downs, the trials we've been through. See, there is no one on this earth who can replace you, my brother. Life is too short, don't hold no grudges. No grudges. You are my blood. We must forgive and love each other. No matter what life throws at us, we must keep brotherly love. Searched high and low, where did you go? Pick up your phone. Oh brother, do you hear me calling? See, I apologize. Hey. This bond will never die.
Brotherly love.
Remember the ups and downs and trials we've been through. So I'll keep on darling. I'll go till I get through to you, brother. Life is too short, don't hold no grudges. No grudges, my love. We must forgive and love each other. No matter what life throws at us, we must, hey, we must keep brothers, not enemies. Let's come together for the family. Let's walk this one, forgive and let it go. We need to let it go. each other. No matter what life throws at us, we love. We must keep love. I love you, brother.
She used to hang out not too far from here. Last I heard, she went to that city.
Just an ordinary girl from this old country town, a place not too far from here, and could not hold the dream of there. A spark could light up the room, and she knew just what to do. Too smart for that old country town, to keep this ordinary down. So one day she packed her bags and hit the road, not knowing what that city had in store. But this ordinary girl from a town not far from here, you were the head of your class, a flower body full with cheer. Got in the lights to change your name. I knew you'll never be the same. And as the wind blows, you do follow. But an ordinary girl, she was this ordinary girl, thinking of what might have been. You were drawn to that big world, and can't get out like you got in. Blinded by the city light, that pretty smile is getting old, and had no idea that the price for that city was your soul. So one day she packed her bags and hit the road. Oh no, without knowing what that city had in store. What this ordinary girl from a town not far from here, you were the head of the class, a flower body full with cheer. Got in the lights and changed your name. I knew you'll never be the same. And as the wind blows, you do follow. You're not an ordinary girl. One day she packed her bags, she hit the road. Oh, without knowing what that city had in store. Just an ordinary girl. Should have begged her to stay. You could have stayed in this world and probably be with us today. Life went on and what a shame.